Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Kearney, and it is a great privilege for me as Dean of Marquette University Law School to welcome you to Eckstein Hall and to today's conference. This conference builds on a series that the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel very recently published concerning one public policy issue involving mental illness. We've been very pleased to work with the Journal-Sentinel in putting together this conference. So my sole remaining responsibility for the entire day at the front of the room, as opposed to observing from the back, is to thank Marty Kaiser, editor of the Journal-Sentinel and Senior Vice President of Journal Communications, for the partnership, and to ask him also to provide his own welcome, including an introduction of one of his colleagues who will get us into the substance of the conference. And Marty, next time pick a topic in which there's public interest, okay?
Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. It's really an extreme privilege today to be here and an honor to be standing at Marquette University's Law School in this beautiful building. Joe, thank you for having us here today. And we're here to discuss a very tremendously important topic, and we thank Marquette for bringing us together, and on behalf of the Journal-Sentinel, thank you all for being here today. I also want to quickly recognize two of my colleagues. The first is Meg Kissinger, who actually is the proud daughter of a Marquette University Law School graduate. And Meg has sort of had a fascinating journalism career very quickly. She started in Watertown, New York, where in the late 70s she helped flush Abby Hoffman out of hiding. Now, since then, she's gone on to Milwaukee, where her coverage of mental health issues, I honestly believe, makes her one of the finest journalists ever to work in this state. And the work that she's done in that area has just been phenomenal. And it started back in 1986 when she wrote a personal account of her family's struggle with mental illness and suicide. Also, I want to introduce our managing editor, George Stanley, who, with our projects editor, Greg Borowski, have overseen the work that Meg has done on coverage of mental illness. So, George, to tell us about some of that and introduce the rest of the day, take it away.
Thank you, Marty, and thank you all for coming to participate in this forum and this community discussion. Reporters often become experts on a subject not by design or a formal course of study, but because of what life sends their way. Blessed with an empathy born out of anguish, Meg Kissinger does not turn away from people struck by illnesses that affect the way they think. As a result, she has written some of the most powerful projects our newspaper has ever published. In the summer of 2000, the four-part series, Broken Promises, revealed how many of our homeless had illnesses that nobody wanted to treat. The same court decisions that gave patients the freedom to leave mental hospitals also gave local governments the freedom to show them the door and spend that money somewhere else. In 2006, her series, Abandoning Our Mentally Ill, exposed how people with severe mental illness, some too sick to find the bathroom on their own, had been left to fend for themselves and were living in squalor, sometimes to the point of being ignored to death. In 2010, with Patients in Peril, she and Steve Schultz uncovered shocking conditions at the Milwaukee County Mental Health Complex. These stories have led to improvements in people's lives. After abandoning our mentally ill, Mayor Tom Barrett and County Executive Scott Walker actually met and agreed to work together to improve housing for people with chronic mental illness. Meg's description of best practices in Columbus, Ohio, provided a roadmap, and nonprofits from other cities volunteered to help. More than 450 clean, safe housing units have since been added to Milwaukee specifically for this purpose. Meg's work has been honored twice by Mental Health America and twice by the National Alliance on Mental Illness. She has won numerous reporting and writing awards, including the National Journalism Award for Public Service. She has been a finalist for the Pulitzer Prize in Investigative Reporting. But she has never poured more of her knowledge, skill, wisdom, and life experience into a project than she has this past year with Imminent Danger. The idea for this story began in Tucson, Arizona, 1 year ago this week. As Meg has reported in the past, illnesses like clinical depression, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia often do not appear until a person is in his or her late teens or early 20s. In Tucson, a young man had been exhibiting increasingly bizarre behavior for months. Fellow students at his community college openly feared he was going to show up with a gun one day, as Sung Hai Cho had in 2007 at Virginia Tech, where 33 died in the worst mass shooting in U.S. history. Still, nothing was done to help Jared Loughner before he shot Congresswoman Gabby Giffords and 18 other people in less than a minute, killing 6, including 9-year-old Christina Taylor Greene, and ruining his own life in the process. If Loughner and Cho had been suffering from an illness that affected their kidneys or lungs or hearts instead of their minds, does anyone doubt they would have received whatever help and care modern medicine could provide? Why couldn't Richard Wilson's parents get the help their 17-year-old son desperately needed before he killed his grandfather with an axe, under the delusion it would end a 127-year spell? Richard was not forced into treatment for schizophrenia until he was ruled incompetent to stand trial for murder. He was treated so that he could be tried. Is this justice? In the documentary accompanying Meg's series, Bob Graff, who's here today, speaks poignantly about mental illness. I learned that people do not treat it as an illness, he says. Bob found that he could not get help for his adult son, who suffered from a case of depression that proved fatal. People with mental illness, he said, are treated like especially defective people. We are having today's discussion at Marquette University, an institution founded by the Society of Jesus. The Jesuits teach that we can use the life of Jesus as a best practices role model. When confronted by a man who could not be restrained with chains and who lived night and day among the tombs and on the hillsides, where he was always crying out and cutting himself with stones, Jesus did not turn away, hide behind his disciples, or walk to the other side of the road. He looked the man in the eyes, listened to him, spoke to him, and then healed him with the same compassion that he showed to others who were blind or paralyzed or stricken with leprosy. 2,000 years later, no one still thinks that a blind person or a paralyzed person is especially defective, flawed in character, or being punished for their sins and the sins of their parents. How much longer will it be until we treat people who have illnesses that affect their thinking and behavior with the same compassion and respect? On that note, I would like to introduce our opening discussion, What Did We Learn?, with Meg Kissinger and another outstanding journalist, the Distinguished Fellow in Law and Public Policy at Marquette Law School, Mike Goucher.
Thank you so much for being here. First of all, these are newly upholstered, so I mean this is quite a nice chair. This is a step up from chairs of the past here at the law school. Thanks very much for being with us today. We are so glad you could join us for what we think will be an informative and a thoughtful and a civil conversation today about a very important issue, something that George just detailed for us. We're going to be talking with Meg in just a moment, talk about the reporting that she did on the Imminent Danger series. But as George Stanley just mentioned, as part of this project, the newspaper also produced a documentary, and it produced a number of individual videos that look at certain aspects of this discussion. And what we would like to do today is begin by showing you one of those videos. It deals with the Alberto Lazard case, because in many respects our nation's mental commitment laws today reflect this ruling back in 1972. So as part of the project, the newspaper talked to Alberto Lazard about her case. We learned more about it, and we're going to show you about a 6-minute clip that will begin right now. Ryan?
Alberto Lazard is 91 years old and lives in West Dallas, Wisconsin. Over the past 50 years, she's been arrested more than 100 times and taken to the Milwaukee County Mental Health Complex. Doctors there have declared her to be mentally ill, suffering from paranoid delusions. Lessard was an elementary school teacher for more than 30 years. She also taught at Marquette University, training teachers as reading specialists.
I had a boy who I now think it would have been like an autistic. He couldn't talk, but nobody at school thought he could because he never talked once at school. They passed him on to my room, and so I was almost a whole year fighting with that kid to get him to talk. I didn't think I was going to make it. But right toward the end, he talked and everything. He could read, he could write, he could do everything.
In the late 1960s, without consulting teachers, the West Dallas School District adopted alternative teaching methods to teach reading. Lessard refused to use these methods, and she was fired from both West Dallas and Marquette University.
She was crushed. I mean, she lived, her life was dedicated to teaching, and her right to teach, or her ability to teach, had been taken from her.
The problem is that it's the elections that are corrupt, and if the people here don't do anything about it, they're going to get much worse. And
Her behavior became erratic after that. She started showing up at school board meetings and at the dean's office at Marquette, demanding a hearing and refusing to leave. It was then that she began hearing voices and feared that goons, trained by Richard Nixon, were coming after her. In a panic, on the afternoon of October 29, 1971, Lessard scrambled to the windowsill of her second-story apartment and dangled from the sill. The police came and arrested her, and she was committed to the county's mental health hospital.
The West Dallas police felt that this was very bizarre conduct. They didn't know how to deal with Alberta, so they said that that conduct was constituted an attempt to commit suicide, and on that basis, they took her to the mental health center, and she was committed. One day she called me and told me that she was in a place called North Division, which was Milwaukee County's facility for committing people that they considered to be mentally ill. She asked me to come out and see her, and so I did, and it was a frightening experience. I remember it was a November day. I thought there were bats coming out of the place, and it was shocking. When I got inside, it was even more shocking. It was essentially, it was a jail. It wasn't a treatment facility. She very badly wanted to go home and was being held against her will. So I went back to my office and I read the law, and I couldn't really believe it. People could be committed indefinitely upon the signatures of 3 persons with no right to a hearing, no right. So if there's no right to a hearing, of course, there's no right to a lawyer, there's no right to cross-examine, there's no right to do anything.
A few weeks later, civil rights lawyers filed a lawsuit in federal court, not only asking for Lessard's release, but also a look at the constitutionality of committing people with no rights to a trial or the representation of a lawyer.
Alberta Lessard was held at the mental institution for a long time before a hearing. I believe that was the basis of her case, and she certainly deserved to win it. I think that case changed the standard for the whole country for mental commitments.
In October 1972, the federal court ruled that the procedure for committing people like Lessard was unconstitutional. Unless they were found to be an imminent danger to themselves or others beyond a reasonable doubt, they could not be kept behind locked doors.
first of all, the people who they say are being committed have to have hearings. They have to be heard. They need due process, and they need an attorney, or they need to be able to represent themselves. I'm saying everybody hates me from both sides. Those who want people committed and those who don't want people committed. They both hate me because they cannot get their way on what they want concerning mental commitment.
She has had a difficult time since those days and since losing her employment. As a result, she has been in and out of institutions and has been essentially poverty-stricken, and she has had emotional problems. There's no doubt about that.
I don't know. I thought this was a pretty good day. Like I told you, I never know what's going to happen. Well, I might as well now get going.
So that is where we begin today. Helps us understand a little bit more about this imminent danger requirement. And Meg, I thought we would begin there by talking about the reporting that was involved in this. George said you spent really about the last year on this project?
Yes. The assignment came January 16th, and it's a memo from George that I've gone back and read probably 100 times. And it was just framed to take a look at how is it that people like Cho and Jared Loeffner, who clearly had mental illness, and as a result of their mental illness were dangerous, how is it that, why didn't anybody get them help? How could we not identify that they needed help and get them into help?
So who did you talk to in exploring that question? Who did you talk to and why?
Well, a number of people in this room, for starters. One of the first people I called was Lynn Malofsky, who has worked for many years in Milwaukee training people in how to identify people with mental illness. Dr. Treffert, Tom Zander, and then we went national. We went to Washington, D.C., where we looked at both the Bazelon Law Center and the Treatment Advocacy Center. And, you know, as most people in this room know, the issue of how to treat folks with mental illness is a very contentious one. And it's really kind of falls along, not exactly along two poles of thinking, but there is a tug of war over how to best get people into care and where is the place for coercive treatment. And so the struggle in this, unlike other stories that I've written, is that we are talking about the issue of dangerousness. And that is a very, I've described it as the third rail of mental health discussions because it has a tendency to just really polarize people. So when we set out to do the story, I knew that I needed to look at both sides of that issue. So hence the Bazelon Law folks and the treatment advocacy. And Bazelon tends more to advocate for patient-centered care, care in the community, and the treatment advocacy people are advocating for more coercive care.
Mm-hmm. In your reporting, one of the things that we read in the series, and I don't think you can point it out too often, we're talking about very small numbers of
Yes.
people who are dangerous, people who experience mental illness and are dangerous.
It's a tiny number. And that there's no real hard data, though this has been discussed and studied. There's a professor that we quoted in the first story, Jeffrey Swanson from Duke University, is probably one of the leading experts on the issue of violence as it's correlation, as it's related to mental illness. And really his conclusion is there's not enough data to really make a strong conclusion on that.
And why is that? Why is there not enough data?
Well, I think a lot of people would say that mental illness is considered kind of the poor stepsister of medicine. And so for so many years it's been stigmatized and shrouded in secrecy, and there are not enough studies to really make clear public policy.
I think I read somewhere in your one of your stories that in some respects, some of the information being used to diagnose mental illness today dates back to a manual from decades ago. It was like 30 years ago.
Yeah, right. This is a little, well, I don't know if that's on the topic, but just with regard to stigma and the way that people with mental illness were treated historically, it's just horrifying. And I think one of the reasons it took me so long to write this story is that I come across these descriptions of mental hospitals in the days of old. The Shame of the States, Albert Deutsch, his book that he wrote in the 40s that compared a lot of the mental hospitals in that era to Nazi Germany, the use of lobotomies. And then, one of the more horrifying was to uncover the fact about patients at the old Milwaukee Asylum where their legs had been cut off to fit into the caskets because they wanted to save money on the wood. And I thought, what more indignity, So this was an emotional story to report because it was just so sad. And I think that's where a lot of this kind of disintegrates, the very important need to find empirical measures and again, clear public policy. It kind of falls apart in the emotion of it.
Ultimately, do you feel you were able to answer the question that George Stanley asked when he sent you that original memo about why do people like Cho, why do people like Jared Loughner, why do those people somehow not get the treatment they obviously need? Is there an answer, or is it still very much a question that remains unanswered?
There are about, I could rattle off dozens of answers. There's not one answer. And they run the whole gamut, which in our documentary and in our stories we detail. Everything from one of the most touching things was in talking with Lynn and her Warm Line, which provides peer support. She was telling me about a man who used to call every night at, was it 10:27? To say goodnight because he had nobody to say goodnight to. Now, how simple and basic is that? And that's just being a loving friend or neighbor. And I just thought about that a lot. What would it be like to not have anybody to say goodnight to so that you had to pick up the phone and call somebody? So that's something so simple that everybody in this room can do. And then it goes from there. Then you have, everything from that to asking, just following up on that then, checking. So Jared Loughner, exhibits this bizarre behavior in his class at Pima Community College, and one of his classmates sends an email, alarmed about his behavior. Well, I understand that, but then what can you do to follow through? Another very interesting point that was brought up by John Lehrman from the medical college, he talked about, if I'm grabbing my chest and clearly in distress, having a heart attack, people are going to run to me and help me. But if I'm kind of babbling nonsensically, although these days with cell phones, you never know who's just talking on the phone or who might be having a little delusion. But anyway, if I'm in a delusion, more likely I think people are going to look the other way and maybe pretend like I'm not there. So that's another thing is stigma is just huge. It's a huge barrier to care. And then, continuing, there are, we as a society have to order the way we get into care with laws. And family members will tell you that they have a very difficult time being a part of that equation. And then the patients, the consumers, are they heard?
You talk about the fact that sometimes when we talk about how do we best deal with this, it can become a contentious discussion.
Oh, yeah.
Give us an idea of what the feedback has been to the series.
I've gotten the whole spectrum, which I expected. I've heard a lot from professionals, doctors and nurses, caseworkers, police, and police are a big part of this because of the nature of how we get people into care. And they're happy for the light to be shined on this. There was also a great deal of unhappiness with this story. And as you've probably read in the Crossroads section on Sunday, people felt that we had sensationalized this and that there was too much of an emphasis on the question of dangerousness.
Or the use of the image of Jared Loughner.
Yeah, that's always, it's often an issue.
Mm-hmm. What we wanted to do today is, because Meg is here, we wanted to take a few of your questions. Spend about 15 or 20 minutes. Those of you who have read the story, those of you who are interested in the reporting that Meg did to produce the series, here's the request. Keep your comments brief. Ask a question of Meg. And for those of you seated down below, you will see these little bulbs in front of you. If you press on the side, not on top but on the side, we'll be able to hear your question clearly. That's a microphone. So if you have a question, please raise your hand, and we'll call on you, and we'll take a few of these. Let me go to the back row. Please stand. I'll start there, and then we'll come over there. Thank you. Can you speak as loud as you can, please?
There might be some
chance for error? That's okay.
Well, I wouldn't be able to speak. Is that for me? Question for me?
I think so.
I wouldn't be able to speak to the, whether there's a chance for error. I would think so. But I can tell you that this emergency detention situation in Milwaukee County is a huge story. We've written about it, and we'll continue to write about it. And it's outrageous that is the entry point for care for people who are in a crisis. I had a lot of chance to talk with Mike Youngblood, the police chief in West Allis, where Alberta lives. And Alberta Lessard is, I think one of the kind of sweet stories, but Mike was too humble to let us kind of flesh this out. But they've really become great pals over the years, and Mike began his career as a psychiatric nurse at the mental health complex, and now he's the police chief in West Allis. And West Allis has a very high rate of emergency detentions, as the whole county does. And they're really working to get, past, to help solve this. But it was stunning to me to learn that there's one guy, and this was in the story, who had been brought in I think it was 57 times in 5 years. Well, it worked out to be about once every 6 weeks. One guy. So that's a revolving door. But the short answer is, yeah, I think that that is a huge story.
Let me take this question up here.
Were opened. One is I think my statement was when the doors were open back in around 71 for the mental hospitals, they needed to be open, obviously, but there was nothing thought about of what it was going to happen to the people that were there. Many of them had been in, the hospitals for years. And I think that was, I think it was just a travesty because a lot of the people ended up on streets, okay? And to me, that's one of the biggest problems right now is that so many people that are on the streets do have mental issues. And unfortunately, with a lot of people with mental issues, they don't want help and they refuse help and or they won't take their medicines, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that when you were speaking about the Bazelon theory versus the other part, how much do people see, or how much is the spectrum on both ends? In other words, do most people just believe in complete patient advocacy, or the other end where people need?
Well, that's a great way to say that our next up on the schedule is a discussion with Dr. Treffert and Dr. Zander, and then they're going to talk about that tension. But my experience in traveling around and talking with folks, yeah, people have a diversity of opinion for sure. But one thing I want to say, and it was a comment made to me just this morning, is that often in the crossfire of people's ideology, who gets lost is the patient, and that's a very sad reality.
We're going to try and move around the room. Let's start here, and we'll go up there. Right there. Yeah, I got you. I'm sorry, I missed you.
In your review of looking at all this, were you able to start looking at research on places that they do have the best outcomes for people that suffer?
Yes.
Say the best, I mean, globally. And second part of the question, are you familiar with another reporter that did some research, Bob Whitaker?
Yes, I've read his book. It's excellent. The Anatomy of an Epidemic?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you talk about that just a little bit and maybe share some of your thoughts on, I guess, that?
Okay. So to the first part of your question, we almost got to Giel, Belgium, but didn't. No, I don't know if you've heard of Giel. It's a community in Belgium that provides holistic care. It's really for people with schizophrenia. It's an awesome model. 60 Minutes did a thing on it many years ago. Gary Porter, the photographer, and I tried to bamboozle George Stanley into letting us go to Belgium. But maybe we will be successful one day. But anyway, it just to me would be the gold standard. There are excellent examples of care in our state. I mean, Madison was the birthplace for assertive community treatment, which is this wraparound. Milwaukee County has fantastic wraparound care that has been internationally acclaimed for children and adolescents, and the hope is to expand that, continuing to expand. Paul Lucy, I think you're here, is committed to expanding that. So that's that. As for Robert Whitaker, I can't really speak very specifically. I met him this summer at and he's an author of a book called Anatomy of an Epidemic. It's excellent. I almost linked to it in our series, but it's all about just kind of the pharmaceutical, the uncertainty of psychiatric medications and really how we happened upon those serendipitously, and really its long-term effects are not proved. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and his first book was called Mad in America,
yes.
And it highlighted every long-term study ever done on psychotropic medication use versus the psychosocial community support dating back to the 60s, and looked at the long-term outcome studies. And what we're doing here locally, and how in the United States, when I say locally, with treatment and comparing it to other facilities like in Dutchland, Finland,
Finland, that'd be cool to go there.
Yeah. And right now they have been reporting the most positive outcomes for schizophrenia for the last 20, 25 years. And I'm just wondering if we need to start thinking about looking at other models of how we look at treating people where
Absolutely.
maybe medications are...
And I've been so pleased that the paper has sent me to Memphis years ago to learn about crisis intervention training. I've been to the hotspots of Columbus, Ohio, and Pittsburgh. Gary and I went to Pittsburgh last year. And in part of this series, we went to San Antonio and to Austin, Texas. And then anyway, so it's been very interesting to see these other models.
Let me go over here. Yes, please. Just press down on that little ring there if you can. That's okay. Thank you.
Oh, there you go.
Thanks.
Yes, I would like to say that I am involved as a consumer in the efforts for alternative ways of treatment there here in Madison, in the Madison area. But I mean, I wondered that you say that we're the revolving door of emergency detention to call the system we have in place excellent. I don't think that's the case, and that is only addressing crises, the revolving door of emergency detention. What's next? There aren't the resources. I mean, is this the goal that we're trying to achieve, just to get it, say that you need help, but then not go any further than that? I mean, we need to keep the push going, and we haven't achieved.
Thanks for that comment. And what I find really surprising and fertile ground for improvement, of which there's a lot, is how expensive it is to treat forcibly versus, so if you're just looking at raw numbers, it's much more cost-effective, to say nothing of the probably many other benefits, to consider other alternatives.
We'll go down here. Sue. Just have to keep your finger there. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Sue Morgan. I was a teacher for many years in the public schools. And across the board, teachers feel, the young teachers, the old teachers, that the mental difficulties of the students is growing by leaps and bounds. And my question is, what is the relationship between insurance? You say to a parent, your kid needs some help, and they say, I can't afford it, I have no insurance. Even though there's getting to be a parity law now, I believe, between medical, physical care and mental care, if there's no insurance, I mean, some of these problems you're talking about are showing up, I'm sure, by 7th grade and earlier.
Yeah, you could spend a whole nother year writing about the issues of insurance and its influence on psychiatric care. I just was talking to a doctor at the mental health complex on Monday on this issue of the kids ages 14 to 18 and the confusion over what their rights are and what their parents' rights are. And he tells me that insurance companies are becoming increasingly more aggressive in denying care and they're not clear on the law, and there's a lot of confusion about that. So any doctor will tell you that this insurance business is huge on who gets care and who doesn't.
We'll try and move around the room. We'll go up there, and then we'll go over to this side. Thank you. Go ahead.
There it goes. The Medical Society of Milwaukee County had sponsored a redesign of the mental health system that Ron Hankin and the Public Policy Forum went through a very long and arduous process. Is, in fact, a lot of the way we're going to see a change, because we're not going to change society's views about what goes on just by saying, oh, you're wrong about this. Isn't it the way we create the structure? And of course, Milwaukee County, your publication's done a great job of highlighting that our structure may actually have much to do with why we don't have a good functional psychiatric support system that clearly wraps around in an effective way and restricts these numbers of detentions. Is there something that we can do as the community to really force our leaders to actually look at a very good redesign of our mental health system so that this sort of thing becomes incorporated in that, and it's the Band-Aid. ED's the Band-Aid for all this process of not having a good system. I mean, what do we do as a community to force our leaders to make these decisions appropriately?
That's a great question. Actually, Barbara Beckert would be an excellent person to ask about that, because her work and the work of the Mental Health Task Force in bringing about structural change has been very important, and its work is continuing. And Barbara is on a panel later on this morning, and I'm sure she'll get into some of the details on that.
All right. From the standpoint of your voice as our principal publication in this city, I think coming back to, after your series on imminent danger, coming back to the fact that this is a design problem.
Yes.
This is a design problem.
Right.
We'll deal with insurance as we have other design things in place, but more pressure to actually resolve this, because it gets kicked down the road a lot.
Right. Yep.
Yes, please.
Meg, you and I have already had this conversation with other Journal-Sentinel staff, but I want to maintain that the damage that was done by the front page article of imminent danger, with the pictures, with the mentally ill, you don't even give us the respect to call us people, and today it was our mentally ill, it was so sensationalized on the front page. Imminent danger. We're talking about 1% of a population. It's not up there. It doesn't say that on the front page. It's buried in an article. And I think you have done more damage to the prevention of discrimination and stigma. For myself, I am a person with bipolar. I had to go and talk to my next door neighbors to make sure they're not scared of me anymore. I just think that what you've done is damaging as hell. And this conversation is great. Small group of people. What about the entire readership that picked up and read that front headline? You have done a great deal of damage to us.
I'm really sorry that you feel that. I'm sorry that you feel that way, Molly, and we have had discussions about that, and I continue to invite discussion. I know our editors have encouraged essays. We ran some essays in our Crossroads section, letters to the editor, comments. You've commented on stories. So your voice is very important in this discussion. And
I want headline front page news that says 99% of people with mental illness are not dangerous. And I want a full coverage with pictures without people brandishing guns, without people behind bars. Let's have that information.
And thank you. And it's been my privilege and honor to do many stories like that. And I've written stories highlighting, people like Sister Ann Catherine who live well with mental illness and help others. And I'm happy and interested in continuing that.
We're going to continue our conversation. I'll go up there, right there. Yes, please.
And I'm asking that as we discuss this, if you could help make a distinction between the public policy issues that we have around mentally ill people who are seeking service and denied that service because they're not considered dangerous enough or suicidal enough or above some sort of imaginary line, or I don't know where the line is, that they can somehow function well enough to maintain themselves and not embarrass us by dying in the gutter. Make a distinction between those people and the other mentally ill people who are denying that they have mental illness, resisting any effort at treatment, and fighting the system. Because it seems to me the public policy issues that you're raising in your issue need to distinguish between those two different, legally between those two different groups and what we're trying to do.
Thank you for that. And you know, it's the analogy that I always use in considering issues of people with mental illness is to people with cancer. And there are a lot of people with cancer, and it runs, there's a very wide spectrum regarding how involved the disease is. And as with cancer, mental illness presents itself in many different ways, and from mild to very extreme. And so it's difficult to, it's impossible to write about this, as though one size fits all.
Mm-hmm. Let's take a couple more questions. You've had your arm up so long, I worry about you. So go ahead, please stand up.
I need a massage. First of all, I would say I'm a person with mental illness and cancer, and they're nothing alike. And the other thing I would say is we're having this conversation here about violence, which is one issue, and how do we prevent violence. And then we're having a conversation about mental health services and how can we make those actually work. Because people do want services. Everybody wants services. They just want services that don't screw them up even more and re-traumatize them. Why can't we pick? Why do we have to have a conversation of mental health under the umbrella of violence? I think that is what supports the stigma. So why can't we let's just have a conversation today about how do we improve mental health services and just get rid of the slide.
Yeah, anything you want to say? But take your question, please.
One issue that we have not talked about is the issue of race. I see that there's not a lot of people of color here, but we know that when we talk about mental health issues, we always say, especially with the work that I do, is that if white America, if we have this imminent danger within the white community and the rate of being detained, then people of color, then the stigma and the rate of being detained, but also incarceration is a number one issue. How come we are not talking about that? There is a lot of individuals living with a mental health disorder of color that's sitting in our prisons and our jails today. So I think that's a topic that we need to talk about as well.
I absolutely agree with you that, yeah.
And not the imminent danger. And not the imminent danger of it, because we know people of color, when you think about imminent danger, that is a label that people have to carry as well. So we need to take that off of there and just talk about mental health overall and the issues.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm wondering, when you prepared for your article, if you did consult NAMI at all. And if so, are you familiar with the information coming out of NAMI National that individuals with mental illness taking antipsychotic medications, either voluntarily or by force, have an average lifespan of 52 years? Those medications are killing people.
Yeah. I think there is a great story about, just following up on this book that Robert Whitaker wrote on the anatomy of an epidemic, and how I hear from people all the time who have either they or a family member has been on psychiatric medication for quite a long time, and the damage to the liver, I mean, you could tick off many side effects, but that's really very worrisome, and I think that merits a long look.
I'm going to take one more question. We'll go right back here. Yes, please. Yeah, thanks for waiting.
Hi, I was just hoping to highlight the difference between how children in Wisconsin are treated for their disability versus the adults. Because my circumstances, Meg, I met you years ago telling you about my son Aaron, and he was treated fine, and the state paid for care for him that he needed because he was in imminent danger due to his brain tumor. It's not his fault, nor is any other mental illness. But all of a sudden, when he turned 19 years of age, the state stops paying, Milwaukee County takes over, and they say they can't afford the care he needs. It's been documented. I've been bitterly fighting for 4 years in court. Everyone agrees that what he needs, he's just not giving it because they're saying they don't have the funding. But yet now they've taken him from my home. They showed up at night with the police, no warrant, and just took him. And he's been held against his will for over 90 days at the mental health complex. No one deserves that treatment. Just because he has a brain tumor, he doesn't deserve to be locked away for his life. He had a fine life at home. Milwaukee County just doesn't want to pay for it. So I think that that's nothing in the law. I'm an attorney, and I've read all the statutes. There's nothing that says adults should get less care than children. But his care was arbitrarily downgraded when he turned 19. There's no reason for that. That should not be tolerated. So any child in the state who's known to be in imminent danger is going to be let out when they're 19 with half the care because Milwaukee County doesn't want to pay for it.
Thank you for your comment. I want to wrap this part of our discussion up by coming full circle. We talked about Alberta Lazard at the beginning of this. I thought maybe we would talk about her at the end of it, too, because you said you were really struck by something she said to you during your interview with her.
Right. And actually, it's shown a little bit in the clip that we showed, and it was I was asking Alberta about her early teaching days, and she talked about this young boy who didn't talk, and you saw that in this clip. And it struck me that she had the patience and the compassion to work with this boy. And he had been in first grade for 3 years. He was 9 years old, and he was in her class. If he wouldn't speak by the end of that year, he was going to be institutionalized. This was in I think in the 40s. Anyway, Alberta stayed with it, and she, as she describes here, was successful. And at the end, she said, he could talk like anything, and he could read, he could do anything. And she said, and we quoted her in the story, talking about how there's more than one way to get what you want without being a bully about it. And I just, I got tears in my eyes when I was listening to her talk about that, wistfully hoping that, wouldn't it be great, wouldn't it be great if we all came to the issue of how to get care for people with mental illness with that same creativity and compassion and patience.
Meg, thanks very much for being with us. Thanks to all of you for your questions, for your passion on this subject. What I want to do now is I want to invite our next two guests. We're just going to keep things moving along smoothly. I'm going to invite our next two guests to come over here and have a seat at the table. And I'll give you a bit of background as they make their way down to the front. Please stay in the room. We're going to try and not have too many breaks here so we can stay on schedule for today. Thanks, Ryan. Let me tell you a little bit about the two gentlemen you're about to meet. First of all, what we're going to be doing for the next half hour is addressing the question, is current law good policy? And we are pleased to be joined today by these two folks, Dr. Tom Zander. Dr. Zander is a licensed psychologist, and he's an attorney, an adjunct professor here at Marquette University Law School. He began his legal career with the State Public Defender's Office, where he headed the state's first specialized unit for providing defense representation to people facing civil commitment based on allegations of mental illness. During his career, Dr. Zander successfully litigated two major class action lawsuits that resulted in landmark law reform, one in which the Wisconsin Supreme Court accepted his argument that involuntarily committed individuals are constitutionally entitled to exercise informed consent before administered psychotropic drugs. You'll also remember Tom Zander as the man who used to run the Legal Aid Society in Milwaukee. Tom, thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Dr. Terrell Treffert is the retired superintendent of the Winnebago Mental Health Institute. He is a former president of the State Medical Society of Wisconsin and past president of the Wisconsin Psychiatric Association. Dr. Treffert is nationally known for his writings in the area of the rights of the mentally ill. In 2006, he received the National Tory Advocacy Commendation from the Treatment Advocacy Center in Arlington for his efforts on behalf of mental health reform and treatment access for the severely mentally ill. Dr. Treffert, thanks very much for you being with us. We have given Dr. Zander and Dr. Treffert the next half hour to use as they wish to address this question before us. Is current law good policy? And so, gentlemen, I'll leave it up to you. If you want to come up here, use a PowerPoint, do what you want, but they've worked this out, and they've done this a couple of times in the past, I understand.
Yes,
so thanks very much for being here.
Thank you.
Tom is more compulsive than I am, so he allocated the time 10 minutes each and then 5 minutes each, so I'll try to adhere to that, and I'm sure he will too. My mission over this past 40 years on this issue has been to balance clinical realities with legal rights and to have as much concern about the right to be rescued as the right to be sick. And what we need to do in the law is to balance the right to be sick with the right to be rescued. My perspective comes as 15 years as superintendent of Winnebago, 12 years as director of a community mental health program with inpatient and outpatient capability, and 30 years in private practice, either full-time or part-time. As you can see, a lot of my work has been in administration, psychiatric administration, and running a mental hospital is a very interesting occupation. In fact, I had just been appointed superintendent of the hospital when I was in my 30s, and I didn't look like the superintendent of a mental hospital, apparently, because on the second day I was walking over the grounds, and one of the patients came up to me and said, "Say," he said, "I haven't seen you here before. Who are you?" I said, "Well," I said, "I'm Dr. Treffert. I run the hospital." He gave me a very knowing and a very reassuring look, and he said, "Well," he said, "you'll get over that. I thought I was the governor when I came in here." So I was superintendent of Winnebago when the Lessard decision came down. A number of us at that time were working to change the law. We wanted to inject more due process. We wanted to change the detention periods. But the Lessard decision came down as a class action suit and ripped out parents patriae entirely and said the only reason that you could be committed is if you were imminently dangerous, homicidal, or suicidal. Immediately at Winnebago, our forensic commitments went up 78% because people needed to get into the system, and the only way you could get into the system then was in the criminal system rather than the civil system. So I actually support the Lessard decision in some respects. We needed due process, and we got due process. One objection was that it said the only persons that could detain another individual would be a police officer rather than a clinician. And I think that's a mistake, because police officers tell me regularly they're not clinicians. And I think so that the two objections I have to Lessard is the standard and the removal of the clinician being able to initiate detentions. I support the due process provisions entirely. So I'm not going to get into academic discussions of the philosophy of freedom. I want to share with you a case which put me on this mission a long time ago. An example of a case how not being able to intervene with somebody who was seriously and obviously ill prolonged their hospitalization and harmed that individual. But first, some clarifications. First, the vast majority of mentally ill people receive their care voluntarily, and that's as it should be. While it is true it's only a small number of mentally ill people who are violent and imminent threat, they do exist. We do need to deal with that. Witness the Tucson tragedy. The fact that it is a small number does not mean it is a number that can be ignored. Tell that to the grandfather killed by his grandson. Tell that to the people in Tucson killed by Lochner. Yes, it's a small number, but we need to look at that number seriously. And yes, Tom, I listen to my patients. I don't just put them on drugs and forget about them. I take the decision to medicate a patient seriously and look at the risks and the benefits. And I talk to the patient about those. In fact, one of my long-term patients recently gave me a very high compliment when he said, Dr. Treffert, he said, you helped me as much as my drugs did. And that's the test that ought to be used for a psychiatrist. And finally, the problem of imminent danger is beyond the law. The law is a part of it. But it's also a matter of availability of community treatment services. It's a matter of funding. It's not whether we should change the law or have community services. We need to do both. And we need to pay attention to that. Now my case. I was on call, and a patient was admitted to the hospital where I practice. History is that a number of years ago, he had a psychotic episode and tried to kill himself. He had a family, and the family rescued him so that he didn't kill himself, and he began to take medication and was well. He was a farmer, successful for many, many years. In fact, he was feeling so good, he went off his medicine, said, I don't need this anymore, I guess. And of course, very quickly, his psychotic symptoms came back. And the family was worried that he was going to deteriorate and perhaps kill himself again, try to kill himself again. They took him to a hospital in a different city. He was mute. He wouldn't sign any authorization to be admitted or take medication. And when they approached him, he would just sort of hiss and kind of paw at them like a lion because he thought he was a lion. He had the delusion that he was a lion. The police were called and said there's no law against hissing or pawing at people. He's not threatening anybody. Take him home until he gets worse, which they did. They watched him for 2 days. He got worse, stopped eating, stopped taking fluids. And finally, in a bright insight, they called the local EMT people and said, Dad had a stroke. Well, they came immediately. A stroke? Yeah, of course. So they brought him to the hospital and put him on the medical unit, and I was asked to see him in consultation. He was still mute, didn't want any medication, wasn't eating, taking fluids. So we put in an IV at least. But there was nothing further I could do, and I asked our police, and the same thing. He's not threatening anybody. Well, finally, he leaped out of bed, ran down the hall with his tubes out of all the orifices, and finally screaming and hollering. And then the police said, well, I guess now we can put him on the psychiatric unit. So we transferred him to the psychiatric unit. We had a hearing. I got an order to treat. Gave him 2 doses of Navain intramuscularly. And in 24 hours, he was lucid. He was embarrassed when he learned what he had done. And then he said to me, Dr. Treffert, how come you didn't do something sooner? And I said, well, I was protecting your liberties. And he said, what I went through and my family went through is a strange kind of liberty. He was discharged within 24 hours. The hospitalization that took 7 days could have been accomplished in 2 days. And in fact, with assisted treatment, probably he would not have had to be in the hospital at all. So for me as a clinician, watching an obviously ill patient deteriorate until they are imminently dangerous is like sitting in the emergency room and watching a patient bleed to death without being able to do anything to help. Recognizing that, I worked for 14 years with NAMI, Roz Libman, some of you may remember, to get the 5th standard which is simply a criteria that says if a patient has a chronic mental illness and is deteriorating toward where there will be dangerousness based on past history, you can intervene without waiting for smoke from the gun and get that patient into treatment, outpatient or inpatient treatment. Just like Wisconsin led the country with the Lessard decision, I think in the wrong direction, Wisconsin led with the fifth standard now in the right direction. 38 states now have assisted treatment provisions in the law, which says that with a patient with a demonstrated history, they can be brought into treatment if they are deteriorating before they are imminently dangerous. So Meg Kissinger's article points out the dangers to patients, family members, when obviously ill patients are required to deteriorate to imminent dangerous before intervention can occur. The fifth standard, assisted treatment, and that's what the fifth standard is not used in Milwaukee County. And in many ways, it's because of the shadow of my friend Tom Zander that they refuse to recognize the fifth standard.
All the way from Florida?
Yeah, shadow.
Oh, okay, long shadow.
Yeah. The question asked of us for this session is the current commitment law good policy? On balance, I think it is if it's properly implemented, and it's a big if, there is adequate community funding. Is it perfect? No. There are other needed changes, but we can work together to bring them about. We can allow clinicians to do detentions rather than just the police, and we can make some recognition of first-time intervention rather than waiting for a chronic mental illness pattern. So I asked my friend Tom, and we've been friends for a long time, and we've done this before. When a patient like the one I described is obviously ill and deteriorating toward dangerous, was I correct, or were we correct to intervene? And finally, is there ever a scenario in which such intervention should be used? And do you agree that we need to work together in a reasonable fashion to balance clinical realities and legal rights and to somehow equate the right to be sick with the right to be rescued? Thank you. You going to use the podium?
I'm going to answer Daryl Treffert's questions, but I'm going to do it in my next segment just to give some order to my presentation. We've heard a lot about the Lessard decision, and I think some clarification is in order and some review. That's me, by the way. The Lessard decision, as Meg correctly pointed out, really cannot be overstated in terms of its importance nationally. It really was the Magna Carta for mental health law in the United States in terms of the state's limitations on the power to civilly commit. It mandated or recognized that the Due Process Clause requires a whole panoply of procedural due process rights, but the substantive limitation on the state's power to civilly commit has really been the focus of our discussion here, and that was that the court limited civil commitment to persons with mental illness who are judged dangerous to self or others, and Meg correctly recited the standard. And this is a decision of the Federal District Court sitting right here in Milwaukee that really had a national impact. And 3 years later, in another case called O'Connor versus Donaldson, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled very similarly that the state could not civilly commit a non-dangerous individual who is capable of surviving safely in freedom by himself or with the help of willing and responsible family members or friends. So In 1976, the Wisconsin legislature then finally got around to codifying the requirements of Lessard and Donaldson into the Wisconsin statutes. And it defined dangerousness for purposes of civil commitment, first of all, using the two criteria that Lessard set forth, which is dangerousness based on acts or attempts at suicide or serious bodily harm, or dangerousness evidenced by acts or threats of violence, or reasonable fear of violence perceived by others. But then it went further. It actually substantially broadened the concept of dangerousness in a way that was much broader than the Lessard decision mandated, by saying that dangerousness could be inferred if the person had impaired judgment that could lead to self-harm. So already in 1976, a much broader concept of what dangerousness is. And then a few years after that, they broadened it even further by saying that dangerousness could be inferred if the person was unable to satisfy basic needs for food, clothing, and shelter. And then finally, in the mid-90s, largely at the behest of Dr. Treffert and others, they enacted a fifth definition of dangerousness, which many, including me, argued wasn't really dangerousness at all anymore, where they said that if the person was incompetent with respect to treatment needed to prevent disability or deterioration, had a treatment history, and risked mental, emotional, or physical harm that would result in loss of independent living, that could be considered dangerousness. So we have this, over a period of 20 years after Lessard, this increasingly broad concept of what dangerousness is. And yet, to read the Journal-Sentinel series, you would think that we were still back in the Lessard very narrow definition of dangerousness. But that perspective is 20 or 30 years out of date. So I'm going to take a few minutes to do a little critical analysis of the series. And I do this with great respect for Meg Kissinger, whom I, on a personal level, really like a lot. And that's why I must have taken 20 phone calls from her in the last year, because I respect her work. But I think that the series has some conceptual problems and errors that need to be clarified so that we can have a fully informed discussion. That's what we do in an academic institution like this great one. First of all, the series said, linked the Lessard decision with homicides committed by persons with mental illness, saying the Lessard case opened the gates to a cascade of unintended consequences, some of them tragic. And what I'm going to ask is if that suggested causal link is a legitimate one, and are the legal facts presented by the series accurate, and do they support that link? Well, first of all, the series said, laws written after the Lessard decision meant to eliminate abuses of power, prohibit anyone but police officers from bringing a person in for commitment. And Dr. Treffert repeated that a few minutes ago. And that simply is wrong. In reality, Chapter 51 allows any 3 adults, including clinicians, to petition a court for the immediate detention and civil commitment of an allegedly mentally ill person. And it's done every day in Milwaukee County and throughout the state. Further, a hospital treatment director, typically a psychiatrist or psychologist, can detain a voluntary patient who requests discharge. The series also claims what had been mainly a medical matter was now being decided by police officers and judges. In reality, a psychiatrist or psychologist must co-sign every emergency detention statement and testify at the probable cause hearing, which is the first hearing in the commitment process, and a psychiatrist and a psychologist, 2 professionals, must evaluate the person and testify at the final commitment hearing. So it really is a blend of clinical and legal for what is truly both a psychiatric and a legal decision. The series claimed a 2008 study found as many as 10% of homicides were committed by people with untreated mental illness. And juxtaposed with that statement, of course, was the often repeated image of the crazed expression of Jared Lochner and the screaming headlines that said, "Imminent danger." What the series did not tell you is that only 95 subjects were in that study, and the authors of that study themselves warned, quote, "generalizing the findings from homicides in one state to all homicides committed in the recent past in the United States is misleading." The series also claimed the threshold for getting most people with mental illness into care, imminent danger, was established in 1972 in a federal court case called Lessard. And just this morning, Meg said something similar when she said, police are a big part of this because that's how we get people into care. Well, she's right about that, but that's wrong. This statement reflects the bias that most people with mental illness need to receive mental health care via civil commitment and via emergency detention, which is a misguided approach that is used in Milwaukee County, but is not the way it should be. And the series implied that civilly committing Jared Lochner and Seung-Hui Cho would have prevented the massacres they perpetrated. But the facts are that no attempts were ever made by public mental health professionals to provide Lochner with either voluntary or mandated mental health services. Why weren't there outreach workers in that system that could have approached him and worked with him and guided him perhaps to voluntary services? Mr. Cho was court-ordered into mental health treatment, but treatment providers failed to provide proper follow-up. So these are cases that illustrate not problems with the civil commitment law, but problems with the mental health care delivery system. And finally, on Sunday, we had the editorial from the Journal-Sentinel that said, the standard set by the Lessard case is wholly inadequate for determining who is severely mentally ill and who needs to be protected and hospitalized for his or her own good. Never mind that that standard is long since history in light of the legislative broadening of the current standard. And then they go on to say, consider for a moment Richard Wilson. The teenager wasn't forced into treatment until after he was ruled incompetent to stand trial in the killing of his grandfather. There must be a better way. Well, the fact is that the editorial writer knew that Wilson had been subject to civil commitment in November of 2010 before the murder, and the only thing that prevented him from being civilly committed was the decision of a Milwaukee County psychiatrist to unconditionally discharge him rather than hospitalizing him and or releasing him on the condition that he follow treatment orders as the current law allows. And I've got to wonder if that fact was omitted because it contradicted the Lessard causes tragedy premise of the series. Well, we should ask the question, have homicides by persons with mental illness increased post-Lessard, which seems to be the implication of the series. There really is no evidence that homicide rates by persons with mental illness increased following Lessard. In fact, one 25-year follow-up after Lessard wasn't specifically focused on Lessard, but it happened to look 25 years, right about the time of Lessard and 25 years forward, found that the violent crime rate for persons with schizophrenia was paralleled the rate for persons without schizophrenia. So advocating easier civil commitment by falsely linking homicides to the Lessard decision is unsupported by any objective evidence. Frightening headlines like imminent danger juxtaposed with sensationalistic imagery, such as Lochner's crazy grin, only serve to reinforce false stereotypes that most persons with mental illness are dangerous, thereby increasing social stigma. A diagnosis of mental illness by itself is not predictive of dangerousness. Other risk factors, such as assault weapon possession, are much more predictive. For example, Lochner and Cho both used a Glock, which is a semi-automatic pistol that holds 33 bullets in one cartridge. First of all, why are we even allowing cartridges like that to be sold? What possible law-abiding use could be made of that kind of weapon? And second of all, why don't we have better screening of who's buying those weapons? Those are legitimate questions to be raised with respect to the Lochner and Cho massacres. And because Cho was court-ordered to receive mental health treatment, the federal Brady Act required that his name be entered into the National Instant Criminal Background Check system, but it wasn't. If it had been, he would not have been able to buy those guns. That's a legitimate question to ask. So, as you have come to see, I'm very concerned about this overemphasis, this obsession with civil commitment that I've seen for the last 40 years since the Lessard decision. And it's nowhere more pronounced than here in Milwaukee County. And with all due respect, Meg, it's an obsession that you have and that I've seen in so many of your articles, worst of all in the most recent series. But it's an obsession that is consistent with Milwaukee County history and culture, which has put inordinate resources into civil commitment as a means of mental health care delivery forever. Milwaukee County has used civil commitment as the portal to the mental health system. For example, in 2010, Milwaukee County had 8,274 emergency detentions. Dane County only had 332. Milwaukee County is only 1.94 times the size of Dane County, yet it has 25 times more emergency detentions, almost 13 times as many emergency detentions per person, per capita. That's something that needs to be investigated and explored. And it has been by a research study that was done 18 months ago, 185-page study commissioned by Milwaukee County. And one of the main themes was, Milwaukee County, you're way, way overusing emergency detention to get people into treatment. And yet, when you get series like the Imminent Danger series, where the sole focus is on civil commitment, or the primary focus, it's no wonder that that's happening.
But, Tom, in fairness, that was a banner headline in our paper.
Okay, well, so is Imminent Danger. So, you know, you got contradictory messages. You got contradictory messages going on. Civil commitment is the least effective and most expensive means of providing care. It requires the high costs of lawyers, judges, expert witnesses, and often needless inpatient hospitalization. By soaking up scarce mental health dollars, civilly committing one person means that 80 others are denied more effective care. I've worked with thousands of individuals considered to be mentally ill and resistive to treatment. And in my experience, over 90% of the people I represented as a defense lawyer in civil commitment cases agreed to voluntary care. And it wasn't because of any magic that I was doing with them. Anyone, any compassionate, non-judgmental person could have diverted that person at an earlier stage. When they are approached by non-judgmental professionals, they eventually acknowledge having problems in living and begin to accept help in small steps. It is not necessary for such persons to accept a psychiatric diagnosis to achieve positive behavioral change. As trust between the professional and the individual grows, the individual becomes increasingly willing to accept such services as person-centered counseling, case management, medication, and so forth. Providing individuals with non-judgmental outreach and an array of choices avoids the need for civil commitment in all but the rarest of cases. And so I'd like to conclude with some words from the Lessard decision, which, in addition to the dangerousness standard, which you've heard so much about today, said a court should order full-time involuntary hospitalization only as a last resort. Perhaps the most basic fundamental and right is the right to be free from unwanted restraint. And I submit to you that Milwaukee County, and to a large degree the focus of the series that we are here in response to, has been civil commitment as the first resort, that that's how we get people into treatment. It should be the last resort. After everything else has been tried and after efforts have been made to reach those people in the community before the emergencies arise. That's the humane way to do it, and that's the constitutional way to do it. Thank you.
Tom promised me that I'd have a chance to respond. Sure, right. And I need that.
What I'd like to do here is we were supposed to take a break. Okay, we're a little bit long. We're not going to take it. I hope that. Okay, hang on a second. We were supposed to take a break right now, but we've obviously run a little bit long. And so what I'd like to do is ask all of us to remain in the room. We don't really have to have a break, do we? We don't have to take 15 minutes. Let's continue this discussion. What I want to do is I want to give Dr. Treffert, as promised, his 5 minutes. Dr. Zander, I give you a final word. But I'd also like to give a final word to whomever, Meg, George, or Marty, to address some of what you just said. I think out of fairness, that would be a good thing to do. So let's stay in the room. Most of you will stay in the room. And I'll have Dr. Treffert respond. Dr. Zander, if you keep your remarks brief after Dr. Treffert, and then whoever would like to respond will do that. But again, thank you for your attention. And again, we'll keep it a civil conversation. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I need to respond to some things that Tom mentioned. But I also want to indicate that I think Meg Kissinger and the Journal did a service to the state to bring this matter and put it on the radar screen. You may not like the way that it was done particularly, but I think it's a necessary discussion about that small number of patients that require that treatment. First of all, after this, you'll get two handouts. One is my original Dying with the Rights On article, and the second is a Marquette Law article talking about how the Fifth Standard came about. And I would ask you to read both rather than just the one, because it puts in perspective, I think. I agree with that last comment, that it ought to be a last resort. But I also agree that it ought to be available as a resort for those patients who have the right to be rescued as well as the right to be sick. As far as Tom says that 3 adults can sign a petition, that's true, but they cannot cause a detention. It has to be ordered by a court. Also, the police officers are the only ones in this state that can initiate a detention, not the clinician. It's true the clinicians testify at the hearing, and it's true that there is testimony. But the fact is that detention can only be initiated by a law officer. And Lochner, it's said that Lochner never had any care. That's not true. his family had him see a psychologist for a period of time on a voluntary basis. So saying that he's never had any mental health care is simply not so. The problem with the dangerousness standard extends beyond detention. Do you know that the largest mental hospitals in this country now are the jails and prisons? Do you know that there are more people in jails and prisons with mental illness than in the entire mental health system? And that's because the police officers say, I don't know psychosis or bipolar disorder when I see it, but I know when I see disorderly conduct or some other failure to pay a restaurant bill or whatever, at least to get this person off the street into some safe environment. And they put them on a detention. Homelessness. Do you know the percent of people in homeless on the street who are mentally ill and not receiving any care? So we've emptied the mental hospitals. Praise the Lord. They're on the streets. They're in the prisons. They're in the jails. Dorothea Dix visited Wisconsin in the 1800s. And she said, I'm appalled that mentally ill people are in jails and prisons. We need to build hospitals for these people, rural, remote, near blooming and growing things, a place to restore the spirit for people broken on the wheels of living. Well, we built the hospitals, we just didn't fund them properly. Then came the Lessard decision, and we emptied the hospitals because those people weren't, quote, dangerous. Welcome to the prisons and jails. I consult at Tachita. I see more raw psychopathology in the prison than I see in my days at Winnebago. That, my friends, is not progress. Finally, somebody mentioned the psychosocial treatment, and particularly something called the Foundation for Excellence in Mental Health Care, which has started to look at ways of dealing with chronic mentally ill people other than hospitals or treatment centers. Maybe we need to go back to the rural, near blooming, growing things, a place to restore the spirit for people broken on the... Somebody has discovered that putting some of these chronic mentally ill people on farms is a wonderful idea. Why didn't anybody ever think of that before? That's what we did in Wisconsin. We created 35 hospitals near blooming and growing things. But we've closed those down. Now we call them nursing homes. One of the things that I'm involved in, and my life doesn't revolve around this issue. I'm involved in Savant syndrome, which is another whole issue, but I still feel passionately about the right to be rescued. As a part of this Foundation for Excellent Mental Health Care, a number of us have started what's called the Dorothea Dix Foundation. We're going back now to look at dangerousness. We're going back now to look at psychosocial treatment outside the hospital, outside residential treatment for long-term patients. And we're going to take on dangerousness head on and see what damage has been done and what the remedy might be. I'll keep you posted.
Well, I promised to respond to Dr. Treffert's case example in his first segment, and I will do that. This, you'll recall, was the case of the young man who was growling like a lion, and they brought him in, and he was put on IVs, but wouldn't actually consent to the administration of psychotropic drugs. Is that a fair description?
Yeah, he would not accept any kind of treatment.
Yeah, but you did put him on an IV, or the medical staff
because he had a stroke.
Right. Mm-hmm. So, you know, this is the kind of case example that I think, you know, people say, well, why couldn't he have been committed? And I would ask, and I used to see cases like that. You know, I've represented, as a defense lawyer, thousands of people thought to be in need of civil commitment. And I was troubled by cases like that too, where people were obviously in need of care, but they neither consented nor verbally or actively refused. And so I drafted a statute that was enacted into law called the implied voluntary admission provision that allows someone who is in need of treatment but neither consents nor refuses, is just sort of passive but obviously in need of care, to be brought in, treated, a temporary guardian is appointed, and they can receive the kind of quick treatment that Dr. Treffert did. He said it took 7 days. Under the implied voluntary provision, it could have been done in a day or two. So again, here's another example of blaming the civil commitment law when the current law would have satisfied things. He pointed out that the three-party petitions for examination require a court order. That's true. But those court orders, at least here in Milwaukee County and most counties with which I'm familiar in Wisconsin, are issued on an ex parte, meaning no hearing basis, and routinely and on the same day. I know when I was practicing here in Milwaukee County, they would sign the petition, it would go to the judge, it would be signed, it would go to the sheriff, and boom, the person was picked up. So this is not a lack of ability to bring people in. In fact, it's very easy, perhaps frighteningly so. Dr. Treffert said that Jared Lochner had received care, and I did not say that he received no care. I said that he did not receive professional outreach. Here he was in an academic setting. A lot of people knew that this guy was scary and something needed to be done. I'm saying, why weren't there professional outreach workers, not police, but trained mental health professionals, to go to him and just develop a relationship with him the way I did when I worked in the PACT program, the Program of Assertive Community Treatment in Madison, which is a model program for community outreach, and just develop a non-threatening, non-judgmental relationship so that you know what's going on with that person and can steer them in a gentle way away from any dangerous tendencies that they might have and hopefully into treatment. That's what was not done, and that's what's not done enough in Milwaukee. Finally, Dr. Treffert pointed out the large number of persons with mental illness in the criminal justice system. And I agree, that is a very serious problem. I've done work in the prisons. I've seen it as well. But the solution is not to switch them from one institution to another, but rather to have and expand excellent programs like Justice 2000 here in Milwaukee County, formerly Wisconsin Correctional Service, now Wisconsin Community Services, programs that work with offenders to divert them out of the criminal justice system and provide them with needed treatment. That's the solution, not more civil commitment.
Well, just 1 minute. If I can, on the prison issue, I'm not suggesting that we substitute institutions at all. I'm simply saying that in my original presentation, I said the problem is not just with the civil commitment law; it's with funding appropriate services. And if
I agree with that.
So I think that
I agree with that.
The solution to the prison problem is not.
One more thing about the prison thing. I used to see guys in prison whom I agreed needed hospitalization too, and in the Milwaukee County Jail, and they wanted to go, but the powers that be said, oh no, we can't do that. We can't transfer them. Our hands are tied. And they weren't tied. They just refused to make it happen.
Let me hold it right there, Dr. Treffert, Dr. Zander, thanks very much. What I wanted to do, again, we're trying to be fair. We're trying to take as many comments and get a nice discussion going here. I did want to give a chance, those were very pointed comments about the series, and I think, in fairness, Meg should have a couple of minutes to respond to that. Meg?
Just a couple of points. So, obviously, what we take most seriously are claims of inaccuracy. And so when Tom talks about that anybody can bring a patient in for care, true. What we talked about in the story was that with regard to emergency detention, it's state law that a police officer, Lieutenant Gum, is that accurate? That it has to be a law enforcement officer that brings a patient in for emergency detention. And that is what the state legislature is now reconsidering, expanding, allowing clinicians and others. And then with regard to the standards, we took great care, I took great care in not making that leap from the 1972 Alberta Lessard decision to the application today, because as was correctly pointed out, and in the story as well, in fact, with a sidebar that talked about these other standards, the third, fourth, and now fifth standard, and expanding opportunities for commitment. And so our stories describe those accurately, and what we discuss in the story is the practical application. And so, and with regard to Tom's, I've heard this many times over the years from Tom about how, I guess I in particular, but the newspaper being obsessed with civil commitments. I have no idea where that comes from. That is, just not anything close to being accurate. And if I have an obsession, it's, for more effective ways to get people into care, which doesn't necessarily mean civil commitment, but it might. And so, thank you.
You can see why it's such a problem for people to come to solutions when it comes to improving mental health care, just from what you've seen in this room today. People will turn things for their personal agendas and their own political reasons. And I think that it's ironic that the last thing that Mr. Zander talked about was why didn't Jared Loeffner get that treatment before, when people recognized his bizarre behavior, which is exactly the question we were trying to answer in this series. Mr. Zander was part of that series. Many people with many different points of view were part of that series. And there was a second chapter which focused on solutions and best practices and included many, many things, including everything that's been talked about so far today. So I'd like to encourage everybody to continue this conversation in the spirit it was intended, which is to seek solutions in better ways and compassionate care for people with problems that affect their ways of thinking, just as we have that type of care for people whose illnesses affect other parts of their bodies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Again, thanks for your attention, and thanks for the fact that we've decided not to take a break here. We appreciate your continued interest in this subject matter. What we're going to do now is switch panels. We'll do this on the fly. Meg is going to come up, and we're going to be talking with some family members about their personal experiences. If they would like to come down and have a seat at the table, Meg will take over here, and she'll conduct that interview. Again, I would encourage you, as many of you as possible, to stay in the room. It creates less disruption for the people who've been good enough to share their time and their stories with us. So if I could encourage you to do that and be respectful of their time, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. So in this portion, we're going to talk with folks who know best about trying to get people into care, and that is people with mental illness themselves and their family members, because most often, as we know, the first steps to getting into care begin at home. So may we start with the video from the documentary.
Thanks for your patience. Ryan is the busiest man in the room.
And you know, Bill Schultz, who did our documentary, graduated from Marquette, and just a shout out to their apparently fantastic audio-visual and documentary.
Yeah, no, that's good. You've been around so long. Some part of me just seems to come from I guess my whole body.
One thing I wanted to say was we were looking for help for John when he was 8 years old. I mean, we knew by then, but so John was just born a little bit too early for awareness or public awareness of serious mental illness, and they certainly didn't recognize it in children. I think he was depressed when he was young.
It's hard for me to accept the fact to be labeled mentally ill, but because I feel like, well, who am I fooling because of my disability? I don't take money, but I do because I don't feel like I hold a job. And I don't know if that's due to mental illness or not.
But if anything, I know that we have to have facilities that a family can take them, and if they're terrified, they're locking their bedroom door or hoping someone will, their child will kill them. They see this behavior that's so scary. They have to have a place to go, an emergency psychiatric place. They need a place then to commit them. He would have a probation officer, and I remember the probation officer committed him to the Child and Adolescent Treatment Center. Just before he turned 18, he thought he was going to commit suicide. I can't even remember all the circumstances. So that's over 30 years we've been at it, you know.
And I had to be somewhere where I didn't want to be. And it was a horrible place. They locked you up at first. And there's all those food rooms, fish trains, and ugly painting on the walls. The paint on the walls is filthy, it's ugly. And these little rooms, and I didn't have any possessions. And it's just like lifeless I was. I lived a living hell.
I would also say, God, everybody should have their legal rights, but you are here terrified of the behavior of an adult child, and then they give him a lawyer who tells him what to do to get out of treatment within X number of hours, and you are in an adversarial position with your adult child. But who cares? Who cares about him more than you do?
I don't fit in with everybody, man. I got a lot of enemies. I got a lot of enemies. And some are the worst people in the world. They're the worst fucking you possibly imagine.
Oh, it's infuriating, except I just kind of back away because I can't help my own son. I feel like I can't even help anybody else, you know. Did you say people can refuse their medicine? If they refuse. Do you think that's good? If they need medicine?
I think they should be forced to do something against their own will, but I think they should be given a clear, definitive, because you dispatch these people with medicine or heroin, and tell them what it's good for and how it will happen.
Now, what if their brain doesn't work right? That's why they're in the hospital.
Well,
because they have a brain disorder.
it doesn't, you can't take free will from a person. I mean, you can't force them to do something against their own will. And, even if they are sick and maybe they're happy in their sickness, you never know, because maybe sometimes sickness is more fun than it is dangerous. My mental illness, if it is mental illness, stems from my own problems. It's not just black and white. I mean, I hear voices, yes, and I don't like the voices I hear. I don't have to deal with it, but I do. And it's just like being embarrassed by an old 81-year-old woman. Walking down the street, shouting at the top of the lungs, hurry up!
We're going to have to address all of these things, and maybe some, what they call their rights, might have to be taken. I just think the professionals in the mental health community also have to be honest about the percentage that are not recovering. And otherwise, I think they're deceptive and not really, as I say, it's not honest to pretend that people like John and I aren't here, our community aren't. I know hundreds of people like myself. So it's nice to talk sweet talk about recovery, and I know many people can recover quite well, but it isn't everybody, and I wish the community would remember that.
Okay. So, we have folks here. I'm going to start out with Joe Spurl, and that was his mom, Pat, who's here today, and his brother, John. And Joe, what do you think of when you watch that, your mom and your brother?
Oh, what do I think of, I don't know, 40-some years of memories. I guess the main thing I think of is that, my brother is so profoundly disabled. His mind is so thoroughly broken that he really cannot handle a lot of the most elementary tasks of life. My brother has severe schizoaffective disorder. The symptoms include disorganized thinking, inability to trace cause and effect chains, illogical thinking, poor impulse control, and just simple things like finishing high school, he couldn't do it. Driver's ed, getting a driver's license, could never do it, could never hold down a job, even for a day. Never brushed his teeth. His teeth eventually became so rotten that they all had to be surgically removed a few years ago. And his impulse control problems have led to drug and alcohol abuse for many years. Now, he is compliant. He takes his medication. He gets great help from the Milwaukee County social workers through the community support program that acts as his payee and that kind of manages his budget and doles out money and cigarettes to him and makes sure he takes his meds, and he can see a psychiatrist there. And thank God for that. But, there's a limit to how much those social workers can do for him, and he still has a lot of problems, as I say, just with the everyday tasks of life. Every November we have the same conversation. He suddenly discovers that he needs a warm coat for the winter and boots and a hat and gloves, and we say, Johnny, you had those last winter. What happened to them? I don't know. I don't know where they went. And so we end up getting him the clothes he needs for the winter. Those are some of the thoughts that come to mind.
Okay, thanks. I think I'm going to go down the line here so that everybody gets a chance to speak, and then we'll throw it open for questions. So Christy Polk was in the individual video and also in the long-form documentary. And Christy, why don't you just give a little overview of your family's story?
In 2005, after 5 years of in and out of the Milwaukee Mental Health Complex, my brother died there while he was on suicide watch. And
can you speak into the mic?
Can you
Thanks.
hear me?
Yeah.
In 2005, my brother died in Milwaukee Mental Health Complex while on suicide watch. And we had repeated years and attempts of trying to get him help, of which failed. And the system is broken. And last year, my mom joined my brother in heaven by her own choice. And I spent, along with my husband, 5 years since his death trying to get her help. And I was unable to be heard by the doctors. The system is broken. In a nutshell, I want to say thank you to you and the Journal-Sentinel for starting this fire of what we need in our community for getting people help.
Can I ask
voices heard.
Thank you for that. Can I ask you, in trying to get your mom help, what was the barrier there?
The emergency detention system of 72 hours. My mom was a 65-year-old, educated, smart woman who was dying of depression and a broken heart and wanted to die. And we had her therapist and others who tried to say that she was a danger to herself, but the hospital was releasing her within 72 hours, telling me that she wrote a plan that she was safe and that she wouldn't hurt herself. They basically shrugged their shoulders at me and my family. We had no say in keeping her there. Her own therapist was there begging for 30 days to get her balanced on meds, to get her depression under control. And with all due respect to Dr. Zander's presentation, all of the facts that he listed were definitely not a fact in my real world.
So the practical application of the law was different from what...
My personal experience. I was utterly powerless and had no voice.
Okay, thank you. Bob Graff was quoted in George's introduction, and he's also seen in the documentary. And Bob, can you talk about your struggle and the struggle with your son?
Well, first I want to say that I'm not a mentally ill person, and I don't have cancer. And I'm not cancerous. But I do have a mental illness. I don't have cancer, though. And the reason I say that is because this is the heart of the issue. There's no comparison between the two diseases, but we would never call a person with cancer cancerous, label them. But we do call, both sides today did, I kept track of that, both sides called people with mental illness, like my son and myself, and my brother and my mother, mentally ill, and we're not. Okay. My son, Peter, taught me a lot. Near the end of his life, before he committed suicide, he asked me one day if I knew who his best friend in the world was. And he had many friends, very social person, but he lost them all due to his illness and his behavior. And I said, I don't know. He said, you are. And it's because we had this bond of understanding something that I've been labeled with, and he suffered tremendously from a thing we all call stigma. The stigma he faced was from mental health agencies, from the bars on Blue Mountain and River West that kicked him out, the county jail, which put him in isolation chamber, and which tortured him sometimes. And it just built into his, his awareness. I have faced something too. And some years ago, before he died, I wrote a little thing. I'm just going to read a few lines. You can read the whole thing on my website, nonviolentcow.org. I said, stigmatizing as a person is like calling a person morally defective, a flawed human being. In every stigma, there is some truth. The mentally ill, as they're called, usually are persons with mental illness. Persons who talk too much, which I've been, are usually very vocal. Terrorists often do promote terror. However, a stigma depersonalizes the person receiving it, often justifying cruel and inhumane treatment. It is difficult for one to accept the truth of the stigma, since accepting it often means accepting being less than a human person. There's more, and that's how my son taught me. He taught me a lot about paradoxes. I've committed him 3 times, my wife and I. He's been deterred many times by the police, and I'm not sure I'd ever do it again, because when he was good, they made him go somewhere else. When he was really bad, they let him out. And it just didn't make sense. I had the same problem as the person next to me. We were helpless, and I'm a strong advocate. I'm a voiceful, as you can see, terror in the system, and they always would blame me. And my son was the opposite. Whenever he come across a really horrible decision that disrespected his rights as a human being, he withdrew. His philosophy was, I'll wait him out. He waited 5, 10, 15 years before he took his life and got out. He tried to get out by going to different cities. His last dream was Chicago, but he went to San Francisco, Texas. He always ended up in jail because he felt that those places he would not be stigmatized. He would be. And then one day I taught him how to talk in parables, because he could never talk about this. And all his parables that he talked about was somebody in a small village that was innocent and something happened and everybody blamed him and shut him out. And that was his image of himself. He was that person. So I really feel that we have to get at the heart of this. It's not committing or not committing. It's I've done both. And it's basically treating human beings with the respect and dignity that we treat anybody with any illness. The latest I'm studying this now is the brain diseases. And that's what mental illness is. It's a brain disease. Some of us have stronger, lesser parts of it. But any other disease should be treated with therapy, medication, wherever it may be. And so that's where I'm at. And
well, Bob, thanks. I'm going to keep moving.
Keep going.
We'll come back. So thank you for that. Shana Franzen has a unique perspective today in that her mother suffers from mental illness, and when Shana was a little girl, she dealt with this in a very lonely way. And maybe you can tell a little bit about your story and what your frustrations were.
Yes. Well, my mom had mental illness all her life, but it didn't really get that bad until I was about 10 years old. And at that time, she'd have her good days and her bad days, especially when she'd be taking her meds. If she'd go off her meds, it would be like a whole different thing. And so then we'd have to deal with police all the time, because the police would come, because people would call the police, on her, and they'd come and they'd take her to the mental health complex. And back in 2002, at least from my experience, it was an all right place. She'd be in there for a month, they'd adjust her meds, she'd come out, and then they'd assign her a social worker for a while, and she'd be all right. She'd go on her way. And sometimes it would happen about once a year or so. But then, as the years went on, she had bipolar, by the way. This seemed to get kind of worse, because when they take her to the mental health complex, they would keep her there, but then it would be for a couple weeks, and then she'd come back out and she'd be the same, nothing changed. So I agree with what she said, that the system is very broken, because then, the years went by, 2008 comes, and she went there voluntarily. And the ironic part of that is, if anyone knew my mom, she would not go to that place voluntarily. You would have to, the police would take her, and it would be a commitment type thing. So for her to go there voluntarily is very unusual, first of all, and the thing I find really ironic. And so she went there voluntarily, and I had the same experience you kind of did when she went there. And she stayed there for a number of months, and it doesn't seem like really anything changed. And all the while I was living with my relative, my uncle in Jackson, and at the same time I was actually paying rent to make sure we kept our apartment for when she came home. And
I would call and check up on her with the social workers and whoever else worked there, and I'd ask them, how is she doing? Is she taking her meds? And they'd just be like, oh, she's voluntary. We can't make her take her meds. Leading me and my family to having to get a 3-party petition to try and get her to take her meds and, try and get her out. And, we got that. It was able to keep her in there, but nothing really changed. They still didn't really, do anything to help her. And, more months went on. November came of the same year. And then they said they were transferring her to, I think, the long-term care unit at the mental health complex. And they said they were going to give her a payee. And I thought, that means they're going to pay her bills for, help her take care of her finances. And I asked them, hey, we got an eviction notice. Where's the payee that's supposed to be taking care of her affairs? And they said, oh, the social worker actually told me, oh, well, sorry to say this, but she has a payee, but we're not paying for her apartment. And she's probably going in a group home. Just like that. Like that was her fate. And so then me and my family had to get everything we owned out of our apartment. Most of it went to the dump except for stuff that I kept. And she stayed at the long-term care unit. A couple months later, lo and behold, she got so physically sick. She had pneumonia and frayed her one time where she looked like she was going to die. She had tubes in her, and we really thought she wasn't going to make it. She pulled through that, and she was then, they put her kind of like in a kind of reclining chair after that. And this was June of the next year, by the way. They said that she was so physically ill that they weren't able to take care of her anymore, and then sent her to Muskego Healthcare, which is a nursing home where she's been in a wheelchair ever since age 55.
And that's where she is now?
That's where she is now.
Okay.
So the system is very broken, and it's like they just don't care. It's like they don't really care what happens to, these people.
That's how you feel.
And they need treatment, yes.
Yeah.
And it's very hard.
So because what we're talking about today is imminent danger, I'm wondering if we can go down the row again, starting with Joe, and maybe you can say do you feel that you or your family came into imminent danger and how the system dealt with that? Joe.
Yeah, there have been times, especially when my brother was an adolescent, the combination of severe mental illness and, the hormonal changes of adolescence in a young man was really toxic. And there were times when we were physically afraid of Johnny, and there were some times when he assaulted my father. I remember a very painful family counseling session at Lutheran Social Services, I think it was, where we begged my father to basically kick John out of the house and get a restraining order, and he broke down weeping. He found it very difficult to put the law between himself and his son, and my brother did eventually have to leave the house. But before that, for a long time, my mother never dared leave my brother alone in the house with my younger sister. But anyway, and my brother lived in Jacobus Park, the park beside our house in Wauwatosa, by his own admission, during that time, he sexually molested a little girl, and that memory torments him to the present day. And by the way, he doesn't believe that he's mentally ill. He believes that he's being punished for his sins. That's why his life is so filled with pain and suffering. My brother, for a time, believed that God did not want him to wear clothes, and so he ran naked through the woods. From my bedroom window at night, I could look out and see our neighbor's swimming pool, and I could see my brother masturbating there. At this time, my parents went to the authorities and asked for help. They explained the situation, and the police told them, unless he tries to kill you, we can't do anything. When my fast forwarding, by and large, my brother's not violent, I should say. I really don't think he would ever buy a gun and shoot people like Jared Lochner. That's not an issue with him. But he hears voices. When my first niece was born 17 years ago, the voices told him that he should sacrifice her, as Abraham nearly sacrificed Isaac. He told me this. I immediately phoned my sister and told her. Needless to say, he was never allowed in the company of my sister and her family since then. My brother has had terrible problems with drug and alcohol addiction For a period of time, he was heavily addicted to crack. And during that time, my parents did have to take out a restraining order for 2 years, I believe, altogether. There were moments when he would appear at their door, banging on the door, demanding money. Some guy sitting in a car idling at the curb, maybe his dealer, we don't know. A lot of concerns there about, not about so much being assaulted by Johnny, but, if we go to his room to visit him, are we going to be hit over the head by some drug dealer who's come to collect a bill or something like that? So that's the kind of thing.
Thank you. And I know those are really painful, awful things to have to talk about, so I appreciate that. Chrissy, do you have anything to add with regard to the barriers that you found in keeping your families from imminent danger?
I would first like to say that my brother and mother had a beautiful heart and soul. And it was kind, warm, and loving. But they were in imminent danger to themselves because they both lived with serious mental illness, chronic depression. My brother was diagnosed bipolar. He wanted his pain to stop. His behavior changed to be so erratic. I became afraid of him. I didn't know what to expect. But I know in all of my heart of hearts that he never would have hurt me. And in the end, he ended up hurting himself. And again, they both died by suicide. So I would definitely say they both were in serious and imminent danger. And it wasn't addressed.
Okay. Bob, is there more that you think, or different ways that you think things that could have been put into place to help Peter?
Yes. I think there's, levels of imminent danger. Peter never was like the two people focus on in the article. I was upset by that image of Lochner in that title too, because that's not the face of mental illness. In fact, I felt like sending Meg a picture close up of my face, my son's face, my brother's face, my mother's face, and say, this is the face of mental illness, because that is the face. And so most of us are what I call near normal. And if you've seen the rock opera, Near Normal, it's playing now. I would say everybody should see it in this field, because the lady, when she's recovering and getting better, she says to her daughter, who she's really alienated, she says, she's how sorry she is, she says, I'll never be normal. And the daughter sings, they're singing this, and she says, well, I'll take near normal. And that's how I am. And then there's some, like my son, who cannot accept the stigma, the suffering, who cannot identify too much with their illness, and they can't deny themselves who they are, and they're sadly the majority of people in imminent danger. The majority is not less than 1%. The majority is many who have committed suicide. I was in a focus group one time, my first one for help for my son. I was living in Madison, a support group, and a lady talked about how she could not get her son into a hospital or treatment program, though he was trying to kill himself, in danger. And finally, he did kill himself. And then she had another son now who was sick, and she was fighting for him. So I just think that we got to, I'm not sure the imminent danger is the right word, but there is a right to rescue, as the doctor pointed out, and we have to define that and set up a society where that can be exercised.
Thank you. And Shana, how about you?
Kind of going off of what he said, as far as my mom, she wasn't in danger. She wasn't violent. She was actually a very good mom, when she was on her meds. When she'd go off, it was like, night and day. She would, and as a 10-year-old child, just hearing your mom saying that they're burning people in the downstairs apartment is very terrifying. And, when the cops would come, I remember sitting in the back of a police car thinking, what's going on? It was terrifying. And, one of the times that she was hospitalized, I was actually put through the system. I was in a group home and a foster home for a couple months. So then after that, any time that she would start being delusional, start talking to herself, I would freak out because I would be afraid that, someone was eventually going to call the police and they were going to take me away again. So it was a very terrifying and very scary thing in that way. But imminent danger as far as violence, no. But as far as that kind of thing goes, it's very scary for a child of someone with mental illness.
So the reverberations, I mean, obviously, it's not just the people with mental illness, but those who love them and are living with them. And I'm so glad that you mentioned the rep play, Next to Normal, which is, if anybody, I think you have one more chance. It closes this weekend, but it's fantastic. And it's really a twin story of the woman who struggles with bipolar and what her family goes through. They give, I think, equal weight and measure to that. So, Mike, how are we doing for time?
We've got about 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. Who has a question for the family? Let's go back there. Yeah.
Yeah. And is compassion, advocacy. And I think something that I was taught at a very young age is to treat others how I want to be treated. And if I ask people in here, how many people agree with that, I just kind of ask you to say that in your head and to think about that. But really, I've learned so much about I want to treat others how they want to be treated. But in order to do that, I have to get to know them. And so much about what this is about building relationship. How do we get to know? And the whole non-judgmental thing, I just really, how do we be non-judgmental? We all have judgments, all of us. But how do we just recognize those and say, now what do we do with that? I could say a word to you. I could say, what does it mean to be a hippie? What does it mean to be, the word divorce? We all have judgments, and behind those words, what do we do with that? What do we do with those judgments that we have? And then how do we treat others how they want to be treated? We get to know them, and I can only imagine growing up with some of the situations that you have described as far as family members and how it's affected us. And I'm just not exactly sure what the answer is, but I can't thank everybody enough for coming together and hope that we focus on solutions, because again, I think instead of blaming, I think the intent of everybody in here is care and love, and I truly believe that. So thanks.
Thank you. That was really well put. Back there.
First of all, I'd like to say I'm enjoying the discussion. Also, I have a lot of questions, but I'm only going to ask you one. I'm kind of curious that as I'm sitting here, is this discussion mainly about white people with mental disabilities? Because I haven't seen on the film or anything in regards to people of color. I haven't seen anybody on your panel. Is there a reason why there are no people of color on your panel or talking?
That's a great question, and we asked that ourselves. And the framework for the story was playing off of Tucson, so Jared Loeffner, and then Cho from Virginia Tech. And then I folded in the local example that unfolded as I was working on this story, the story of Richard Wilson. And so it just so happened that they are not of color. I suppose Cho is, if you consider, I don't know. But that's a legitimate question, and certainly people of color experience mental illness. We've written about people with color with mental illness, and we will continue to. It just didn't come up naturally in the framework of this story.
Can I answer? Can I answer?
Yeah.
How many people of color versus in regards to mental illness, like the statistics or percentage, because I didn't see that as well.
I've written about that, but again, in the framework of this story, that didn't naturally flow. But I have written about the gaps and about the stigma being more pronounced in some communities of color, and that's an issue that we'll continue to look at. Yeah, Bob.
I have one word answer: discrimination. And I experienced this once when my son was living in a community housing some friends of mine actually had, and everybody else was African American except him. And I looked around and I tried to find out who's the lowest of the lowest in society. And if you take pedophilia away, because you can't, they're always the worst. I found out it was a woman, African American, with mental illness and a criminal record. Now the people in his house are men, and so it was the men who had a record who had mental illness, African American. And we do treat that. I was in a waiting room of the county, what do you call that, the county, the person who helps get commitments in the county corporation office. And my wife and I were trying to get my son committed, and we had experienced this. We knew what to say, and, you know, danger and all that. And this poor family, I mean, I'm not sure poor in the sense of wealth, but they just came in, and they were sitting there, and we were talking, and they had a son who was just committing all these terrible acts and was just crazy. And they didn't know what to do. And then somebody told them to go down there. Well, I knew the person there, and they just brushed them off, and because I've argued with them many times. So I was counseling them what to say, as the doctors have counseled me before, so they can get some help. Because unless you say the right words and click words, and this family just knew their son was terribly sick. And I have friends in the that have mental illness like me, and African American, and there is just like there is a discrimination of where people live, there is a discrimination of what treatment they get.
Thank you. Somebody, yes, sir. I think you have to keep holding it down.
There you go. All right. Earlier, someone threw out a statistic of mortality, average age mortality for people under treatment with psychotropic drugs. Yeah. But that's hard to evaluate unless you compare it to a number for people who are brain disordered or have brain disease who are not treated. Mm. And so I wonder if it's a question of the whole group here. Does anyone know that number? You know, I'm dealing with a case where I would rather not wait months or years for my spouse of 33 years to get help. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's where I'm at, and it's.
So you're trying to
some about less measures, but you know, when I called our world-class Dane County Mental Health Adult Intervention Center, mm-hmm. all they offered me and mentioned was the 3-party petition and nothing else.
Yeah. May I ask
and I'm not even registered as a client there. My wife is because she's the patient, and HIPAA says I can't do much with them. So that's really insane.
That's what I'd love to flesh out. So, and all these family members can attest to it. I can personally attest to it. The frustration of being able to give valuable medical information about the person in your family who is in a crisis, and the barrier or the frustration. Maybe it's gotten better. I don't know. My experience is kind of old, but I would you guys all agree that that's something that you struggled with?
As far as
getting your being able to provide valuable medical information to the doctors to help your loved one. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't have that problem. I can report to her providers, but I have no permissions to hear what they're doing.
Oh.
So I don't know. Is she off any medication? I don't know if she's.
Yeah.
If that doctor
I got that run around
care
too.
whether she's not on her other medication.
Okay. You're saying that you've had that experience?
I kind of got that, when she was, voluntary, and I was asking, well, what's going on? They wouldn't tell me. They just said, oh, we have her on meds, but they wouldn't say what, or they wouldn't say what they were doing, and nothing changed. They gave me the runaround.
This lady?
Yes. My son literally died on the street. I called you, Meg, he died in December. I have called NAMI. I've called NAMI Madison, NAMI Milwaukee. I started to take notes because all I kept getting was more questions and no answers. Mm-hmm. Only the police haven't called me back. I have no access to anything. I finally got one message the day before Christmas Eve at 4:30 from a disability rights telling me to hire a lawyer, which if they would have called me 2 weeks before, luckily I have a lawyer. I'm going for special representation because I have no answers. I have no idea what happened to him. I have no idea why a drug company gave him 90 days of 3 psychotic drugs with a 3-month supply by a nurse practitioner. And where is the oversight?
Mm-hmm. Right. That's a common issue, and it's, I think, a really important one. So,
Meg, you had asked us to respond to that.
Yes.
Fortunately, my brother agreed to give members of the immediate family and I think some close friends access to his medical data. So I can call his caseworker and get updated on his medical history and so forth. But it does depend on him giving his permission for that to happen.
And later on in this expert panel, we're going to hear from Ryan Spellacy talking about psychiatric advance directives, which holds the promise in just the little bit that I'm learning about it for a real improvements in that area. Paula, did you have something you want to say?
Yes, my name is Paula John. Many of you know me in this community. I've been extremely involved for many years. I am a family member, and I also am on the City-County Commission to develop supportive housing, and I try to be involved in any way that I can with many organizations to help. But I think that first of all, we have to recognize that this is a biological illness, and I think that we can all at least agree on that. This is a biological illness, and this may not be cancer, but you die from cancer and you also die from mental illness.
Yes.
And this is a real person who died from schizophrenia. She suicided because she could not get proper treatment for her mental illness. She did go in voluntarily into county. They released her after a few days. She was under community commitment. When she disappeared from that system, she was not looked for. The police they would not get the police involved. They would not go and look for her. She ended up somewhere else, found under a bridge, not speaking coherently. Again, was voluntarily committed. And she did not cooperate in the hospital, and she, in fact, tried to commit suicide a couple times in a very short period of time. One day she cooperated with her doctors, who had only dealt with people with Alzheimer's before, not serious and persistent mental illness, which is what we are going towards in this county. They want to completely destroy the hospital, completely destroy the mental health hospital, get rid of it completely, and say that you can get treatment in the community. Well, even with medical treatment in the community, because it's a cyclical illness, you will still need to get treatment in the hospital. Many people will at some time or another. So she was released from the hospital for cooperating one day and on evening pass to go shopping, and she committed suicide. So this is the only illness where judges and lawyers are deciding whether a person needs to be treated instead of a doctor. So imminent danger is not enough. It has to be the fifth standard, because there's a lot of brain damage that happens when a person has these breakdowns time and time again before they get to the point where they're imminently dangerous to themselves or to someone else. And the more breakdowns happen, the more brain damage happens, and the less available medications there are to treat them. So that's what happened to my brother. I have been his guardian for over 30 years. Again, severe and persistent mental illness, schizophrenia. And because he had so many breakdowns, there's very little medication that works for him. So even with community care, you need that treatment. And I also want to say that the commitment process is very adversarial to the families, because it pits you against that very sick individual who's often extremely paranoid at the time. And they're very frightened. And right away, the lawyers, oh, you don't have to stay in the hospital. You don't have to be here. It doesn't matter how sick you are. It doesn't matter. You can go on the streets and starve to death and die. And die with your rights on. She was, now they have the law that you can shoot anybody coming into your house, your dwelling, or anything. She was thinking she was going to a hospital at one point and was trying to go into various buildings thinking she was at the hospital, and she wasn't. The police had to come and get her and take her away. If she had been trying to get into a place, she could have been shot by somebody, and that would be it. So this is, and the police are the only ones who do step in to help ever, and you have to convince them, and then you have to convince the court system, and then you become the enemy, and it's adversarial, and you may be that person's only lifeline. I have committed my life to my family members, and that is what's most important to me. And my brother lives nearby. He comes over on his payee. I'm his guardian. He comes over with his friends for dinner all the time. So there's not enough money in the community for proper medical treatment and community treatment, which are both important. So now community people in the community are attacking the hospital and trying to close the hospital because they are vying for those same dollars that are now used. And I think the county supervisors have already decided that two-thirds, they're changing the whole schema of funding for the county hospital because people in the community are running their organizations who mostly deal with very high-functioning people with mental illness and not dealing with the most severe people who end up in the streets and in the prisons and are desperately holding on by a thread. So they're vying now for these very few dollars instead of saying we need more money in the community. We need more money for the hospital. We need more money for the community support systems as well. So, and the stigma is not raised by bringing up these issues. The stigma is raised when you see these terrible stories, tragedies in the paper. And of course, the suicides are much, and I'd like to know if we're keeping track of the amount of suicides if people get turned away from the hospital. Many more suicides. But family members, I know many family members, we have all felt threatened at some time or another because we could not get proper treatment and proper health.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Amen to that.
I just want to ask one final question, and that are there thriving support groups for family members?
Yes.
Are there still? Okay. Peter?
NAMI Waukesha, NAMI Racine.
Okay.
We have family-to-family class that started this Saturday.
Okay.
There's 20 family members there. We have family support groups all around Milwaukee.
Excellent.
They're well attended. We need more, but they're in existence. So.
Great. All right. Thank you so much. I think that's all we have time for.
I just would like to make one comment, and that is I feel sorry for everybody that we've created a hassle for and caused pain to, but where's our opinion? Would you ever hold another kind of community forum about anybody else and not give them center stage? All I'm hearing is how awful we are. That's all I'm hearing today. We hurt parents. We're a hassle for money. We're a hassle for treatment. What about asking us what it's like to be us and what works and what hurts?
Well, we can't speak to, no. Discussion at all? I mean, we're not going to be taking questions? I would have asked the same thing. You're not going to hear from...
Okay? Anyhow, what we'd like to do is bring the panelists up. We'll introduce the panelists. We'll talk to them for 15 or 20 minutes. We'll open it back up to more questions. So again, thank you for your patience and for staying with us and not leaving the room. Thanks. As our guests are seated, let me tell you a little bit about the panel we've assembled today. If I could have your attention, we'll just keep things moving here. The subject is sort of what happens now. It's a solutions-driven discussion, I think. And joining us today for that discussion are Barbara Becker. Barbara is director of the Milwaukee Office of Disability Rights Wisconsin, the protection and advocacy agency for people with disabilities in Wisconsin. She also coordinates the Milwaukee Mental Health Task Force coalition of more than 40 groups established in 2004 in response to a crisis in inpatient psychiatric services that exposed gaps in our mental health system. Barbara, thanks very much for being with us. Lieutenant James Gum has been with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department for the past 15 years. He currently serves as a patrol lieutenant on the day shift. He was just given a promotion to the rank of captain. Congratulations. He's been a member of and active in the crisis intervention team for approximately 5 years. Lynn Malofsky. Lynn is seated over next to Ryan. Lynn Malofsky is a mental health educator. She has served as the executive director of Warm Line Incorporated for the past 10 years. Lynn helped found Warm Line, which is a bilingual peer support phone line for people with mental illness. She also trains police officers in crisis intervention training, and she is a member of the Milwaukee Mental Health Task Force. Ryan Spellacy, the gentleman on the end, is a medical ethicist. Dr. Spellacy is an associate professor of bioethics and medical humanities and psychiatry at the Medical College of Wisconsin. His teaching, writing, and research often focuses on ethical issues in mental illness and mental health. And finally, again, welcome back Tom Zander. Dr. Zander, we heard from earlier in the day. He's a psychologist, an attorney, an adjunct professor at Marquette Law School, and former executive director of the Legal Aid Society of Milwaukee. Thanks to all of you for joining us for this discussion. I thought we'd begin with this question, and it's a very simple question. Do our mental commitment laws need to be tweaked in an effort to prevent these incidents that we've talked about today? Or is this a matter of us simply not using programs that already exist effectively? And I'll get a couple of responses. We'll go down the line. And Tom, if you just want to take a minute or so, and we'll go down the line and we'll get some responses from each of you.
My bottom line for this whole discussion today is we've done enough tweaking. We've been tweaking for 40 years, and we keep making the dragnet wider and wider and wider. Why don't we do what the rest of the country has done and stop overemphasizing civil commitment and put a moratorium for the next 10 years on any more tweaking of the civil commitment law, and instead focus our entire attention on the need to do what every other major metropolitan area in the country has done, which is community services, community-based outreach that is proactive and not reactive, and that is comprehensive. If you do that, and if you do it in a compassionate, non-judgmental way, and what I mean by non-judgmental is non-coercive, I will tell you from looking at how it's done all over the nation, the need for civil commitment will be minimal and will be adequately addressed by the current laws.
Lieutenant, I don't know if you're in a position where you can address this, but from a law enforcement perspective, how are the current laws working?
Well, thanks, Mike. There's two important distinctions that I'd like to make before I begin speaking today, and I do think they're important. Number one, you did highlight it in my introduction, but I do work for Waukesha County Sheriff. There's been a lot of discussion about Milwaukee today, and I just want everyone in the audience to know that I represent Waukesha County, so don't misinterpret anything that I say as a position of Milwaukee County or the Sheriff's Department there. Also, having said that, I think it's important to note, to bring some level of credibility to what I say. My brother, who I love very much, has been diagnosed with bipolar, and my family and I've watched that process play out both as a law enforcement professional and a loving brother. So getting back, Mike, to what you were saying and to touch on what Professor Zander had talked about earlier in terms of the current state of the law, I agree that that we don't need to do any more tweaking, and that the goal should be less commitment, more treatment. But from a law enforcement perspective, we don't always have those resources available to us, especially when loving families are calling us, asking us to bring a situation that's out of control back into control. And you brought up earlier a distinction between Dane County and Milwaukee County, and I know from my discussions with Rob Miller that a distinction also exists between Waukesha County and Dane County. But in Dane County, they have a 24-hour crisis team made up of clinical therapists and psychologists and social workers that are able to come out and respond. So I think the term tweaking, Waukesha County doesn't have that, and again, I don't speak from for Milwaukee County, but Waukesha County doesn't have that. So from a law enforcement perspective, when we're on scene trying to bring a situation that's out of control under control, and our opportunities for resources are very limited, oftentimes the mental commitment process is really our only option at that time, sometimes. But it's discussions like these that are going to lead to commitment from our leaders, from our elected officials, to put the funding on the front end to fund things like Dane County has, that I think has led to a significant drop in their commitments. I think that plays a very significant role of why they commit less people than other counties in the state do.
Lieutenant, thanks. Barbara Beckert, the same question. Do the laws need to be tweaked, or are we not doing what we know works?
Before I respond, I wanted to thank the people who shared their stories today, the family members, and also express my regret that we don't have the opportunity to hear from more people who have a serious and persistent mental illness and could share that lived experience. So I'll do my best to speak to that question as an advocate, and I would agree with the other speakers that we do have laws with the Chapter 51 system that provide adequate protection for the rare situations where there is a serious level of dangerousness. What concerns me is that what we see in the mental health system is that all too often people who are seeking help are inappropriately labeled as dangerous. You heard earlier how in Milwaukee County last year at our psychiatric emergency room, which is the second busiest in the country, even though Milwaukee County is a relatively small urban area, we had 14,000 people going to the emergency room. 8,000 of those were emergency detentions taken in handcuffs by law enforcement. Once they were taken out there, the likelihood that they were actually connected with ongoing community services is very small. So what I see is, I'm afraid that a series such as this, which is making the connection of mental illness and danger, is first of all going to scare people off, that they're not going to be likely to seek help, which is the exact opposite of what all of us want to see, and that it's going to put more resources into the deep end of the system where the resources are already heavily invested, our jails and our crisis system. And as I said, those 8,000 people who were, I guess, benefiting, some people would see it as, by being detained by the police, what was there for them once they were taken out to the hospital? Very little. We have to change the paradigm. We need to invest in community-based services.
Lynn Malofsky.
Well, I have the unique perspective of talking as somebody who has been emergency detained probably 7 times. I'm one of those people with persistent and severe mental illness. I'm not dangerous. I think that the system does need to be tweaked, but I think what we have out in the community needs to be expanded upon, utilizing more consumers in their own services, more peer support services. A crisis respite house run by consumers would be valuable to our community. I would say the only times I felt I was in imminent danger were when police officers stormed my house and aimed rifles at me because I was depressed. So I think the system is okay enough with some tweaking, and we need to take advantage of community resources.
Brian Spellacy.
Thanks, Mike. I think what I would say is that we need to move the conversation around mental health care treatment away from criteria of dangerousness for who gets treatment and who doesn't. One of the previous speakers noted that if I had chest pains and was suffering from an acute heart attack, we'd rush to my aid, but if I was suffering from a mental illness, we would look away. And my area of research and interest is in psychiatric advance directives. And in the state of Wisconsin, advance directives work in much the same way. If I actually do have an advance directive. I have a power of attorney for health care that states that if I ever lose the capacity to make health care decisions for myself, my wife is appointed as my health care power of attorney, and she makes decisions for me. So if I, on the way home, get in a car crash and I'm unconscious at Freighter, my wife will be empowered to make any and all necessary medical decisions for me. She can even withdraw, and quite possibly might, all life-sustaining therapies, ventilators, all that sorts of things. But if I lose my ability to make healthcare decisions for myself because of a mental illness, all bets are off. In fact, the statute in Wisconsin explicitly states that a power of attorney for health care cannot make any mental health care decisions for someone. And so I think, and that's because they're not dangerous. One of the examples was, what about somebody who never reaches that level of dangerousness? They can get treatment, unfortunately, if they become dangerous, and we all know that that's the vast minority of people with mental illnesses. But in the case of an advanced directive, if they never reach, and most don't, never reach that level of dangerousness, yet lack the insight into their illness and deny that they have a mental illness or deny that they have or need any help, they're left without resources. And so I'd like to see it's one small part of the solution, but I don't think we can afford to ignore this, is empowering persons with mental illnesses, if they want, through a change in the statute, to fill out things like psychiatric advance directives that if they have a relapse, as you pointed out, the cyclical nature of severe mental illnesses, if and when that happens, to say when they're decisional, when they're at their baseline, to say, I know what life is like when I'm off my meds and when I'm having a relapse. I know what life is like when I'm on my meds and I'm at my baseline. And if that happens again, I want you to intervene. It doesn't necessarily mean that I need to be civilly committed, but whatever level of treatment that the person with a mental illness chooses in consultation with loved ones and care providers, they can specify in advance, this is the sort of things I want done, just like anybody with any other illness could do.
And you're saying state statutes would have to be changed to permit that?
That's correct.
Okay. How do you feel about that, Tom Zander? Is that something that we should be doing more of? Should be looking at?
In general, I do favor the idea of what is sometimes called a psychiatric will or a Ulysses contract, an advance directive for mental health care treatment. The problem that I have with it, though, the way it's being proposed right now in Wisconsin and the way that it is written in most states, is that it only allows the person to give an advance directive to have treatment given, which means, what if somebody in their sound mind says, you know, I've had the meds 100 times, I know what they do, I know what they're like, and I just don't want them anymore. And if I get crazy, you know, you can put me in the hospital if you have to, or, you know, you can give me psychotherapy, but don't give me the meds. Can they put that into a psychiatric advance directive when they're of sound mind? No. So it's kind of a one-way street, and that's the part that I don't like about it. A true Ulysses contract, if you're really honoring the wishes of that individual when they are of sound mind, should work both ways, and it doesn't.
Anybody else want to add something to this discussion? Brian, you have anything? Barbara, anything on this?
No, I would agree. If we're serious about it, we have to state that if the person is of sound mind, and we do have to make sure that they're of sound mind first,
Absolutely.
right? If they're of sound mind, then they do have a right to refuse any and all treatments.
But are you aware that the current legislation doesn't allow that? It still allows an override.
But I would say this, it's better than what we have now. And when I spoke with, in my research, when I talked with family members, when I talked with consumers of mental health services, the overwhelming response was, it's not perfect, but it's better than what we have now, which is nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in freedom of choice, and I really believe that if you want to commit yourself to the future decision of having your wishes at that future time overridden, you should be able to do that. And that's essentially what a psychiatric will or advance directive does. But it's got to work with respect to decisions to refuse as well.
Barbara?
Yeah, I would like to say that I think we need to proceed with caution so that there are not unintended consequences. What concerns me is that the legislative committee that I think others are referring to that was entertaining this idea did so in not a very thoughtful or reflective manner, which of course seldom happens in Madison, but you know, figure that one out. At the last meeting of this committee, which hadn't met for over a year, there was a proposal to move forward with psychiatric advance directives. People on the committee, including the co-chair of the committee, said, we don't know where that proposal came from. This is not something that we ever talked about. So this makes me very cautious. I talked to some of the attorneys in our office, and they felt that there were opportunities and that, in fact, we have some guidance for individuals with mental illness who want to make use of the advance directives that are currently available in our state that would possibly meet the needs. I'm not an attorney, I'm not an expert in this area, but I think it's something that needs very careful study, as I said, to make sure there are not unintended consequences.
Let me move the conversation into the crisis intervention training sector, because I'd like to hear from Lynn Milwaukee, who trains police officers, and I'd like to hear from Lieutenant Gum, who is a law enforcement officer. What kind of difference can that make? And I'd like it from a very practical standpoint and your life and the way you go about your business, and I'd like it from a very personal standpoint. What is the difference in the crisis intervention training? What kind of difference can it make? Your story about the time you really, truly felt afraid was fascinating.
And since I've been working with the police department,
yeah, if you could just slide that over.
It's been for about 12 or 13 years, I have felt less afraid of those experiences, which have ceased to happen anyways. But Crisis Intervention Team is a really, really special program for police officers who usually voluntarily want to participate in the program. And that voluntary part makes it crucial because it's officers who want to be there. What we're finding is the same thing you find anywhere, is a lot of the officers have personal experience with themselves or with a family member, and that's why they want to make this extra commitment. People get afraid that we're going to turn police officers into social workers, and that's not the goal. Our goal is to turn them into police officers with additional resources, with compassion, with skills in de-escalation, with expertise in certain areas like medication, or I shouldn't say expertise, with advanced knowledge in areas like medication and mental illness, and knowing where to turn for resources for these things. That's the beauty of CIT, is the resources that are given out. And that's the promise. It's the one promise we really make ahead of time. You're going to get resources. And it's the one question we get from police officers right away. What are the resources? The hardest question is, what resources do we have available to us at 3 o'clock in the morning? And the answer in Milwaukee County is very few. Very few.
Lieutenant Gum, again, you're from Waukesha County. We want to make that clear.
Yeah, I will quickly add the resources available in Waukesha County are even less.
They're even less. Yeah. But give us, from your perspective as a law enforcement officer, what has this training meant?
The training itself has been invaluable, not only to myself but our department, and I'm confident in saying that the CIT program has progressed from Milwaukee County and all the way through Waukesha County and many other portions of the state, and a large number of police agencies are committed to this and committed to seeing that their officers are trained. Where I would probably differ a little bit from Lynn is that I would like to see myself as a law enforcement supervisor. I would like to work with the State Law Enforcement Standards Board to see maybe not the whole CIT program, but a portion of it included in the state standards for certification to become a law enforcement officer, because the reality on the street is it's great to have these specialized units that are able to come and handle the situations that I referred to earlier that are out of control, but the practical reality is the rookie law enforcement officer right out of the academy is going to get sent to that call, and the CIT folks might not be available, they might not be in the area, so that officer also needs to have some level of understanding on how to handle the situation adequately.
That's your desire, Lieutenant. How do you go about making that desire a reality? What needs to happen, in your opinion?
Well, I think we start with the State Law Enforcement Standards Board that's appointed by the governor, and discussions like this today begin the first piece in, I guess, what I would call, I don't want to call it my strategy, but a strategy, and communication is that first piece. I do believe that it takes communication, education and training, partnerships, and a commitment on everyone involved to make something like that happen.
I want to raise another option that is out there. I think this is more controversial, and so we'll give you all a chance to weigh in on this. Something that's called assisted outpatient commitment. Patients live at home, but they're under a legal order that compels them to follow a treatment plan, including taking medication. If they fail to comply, they can be committed to a hospital involuntarily. I think in Wisconsin it depends on where you live as to how often it's used.
No.
No?
No.
Correct me, Tom.
We've got it. We've had it for probably 30 years. First of all, it's on the statute books, and it has been for a long time. But the way it works, usually in Milwaukee County and in many other counties that I'm familiar with in Wisconsin, is that the person is brought in on a Chapter 51, either through emergency detention or a three-party petition, and then they have a defense lawyer appointed, and then there's a process of negotiation akin to plea bargaining. And not to pat myself on the back, but this is a process that I started in the late 70s, when in civil commitment in Milwaukee County, you either got committed, for months, or you got discharged, and the overwhelming number of people were committed. And I said, well, can't we have a middle ground here? And so the way it works now is that 90% of people that come into the system for civil commitment get either voluntary inpatient care or very commonly are released, but on conditions, and the civil commitment matter is held in abeyance for 90 days. It can even be a year, while the person complies with whatever the conditions are, which typically involve different types of treatment, typically medication, sometimes inpatient followed by outpatient. And so, in effect, there is this looming court order that ensures compliance, very commonly done in many counties. And the inconsistent and the series confuse that process with the fifth standard, or the fifth definition of dangerousness. What I just described happens when allegations are made under any of the five definitions. So there's no inconsistency as far as people being, the term is released on STIPs, meaning stipulations, stipulated outpatient treatment, very commonly done. Also, people who are in the criminal justice system are often released on conditions of bail initially, or later on conditions of parole or probation that also require compliance with certain treatment. So it's very commonly done. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's a good thing when it's needed and when people legitimately meet the legal standards. So again, it's not something we have to change the statute to do. We've got it.
Mm-hmm. Barbara Becker, did you want to add to that?
Well, I just wanted to make the point again that when we're talking about these complex issues, this is one of the reasons why it's so careful to be very accurate. And I was concerned that the way that this was reported, both in the series as well as on the editorial page, was misleading, and it gave people and policymakers, and they're the ones I'm worried about who will be influenced, the idea that this is something we're not currently doing, and this is something they should all start spending a lot of energy looking at. And, that's just not the case. There are hundreds of people. Okay. All right. Well, perhaps I stand corrected. I mean, the impression I had both from the editorial board, which talked about we should be looking at assisted outpatient treatment, the editorial, and in the article, was that these were new, innovative ideas that weren't being used here. And I'm afraid that that will be the conclusion that others will draw from it as well.
What about, and we'll open it up for questions in just a second. What about this what's been called assertive community treatment? Give us some insight into how you feel about that. Tom Zander, I know you favor that, yes.
Yeah, the pioneering program called the Program of Assertive Community Treatment, PACT for short, was developed at Mendota Mental Health Institute in the early 70s when I was in college there. And then I became a lawyer and did a lot of lawyering. And as a psychologist then, years later, when I did my internship, I worked in the PACT program. And it involves very intensive case management with people who have serious and persistent mental illness in the community, where they have a one-on-one relationship with a staff member who's part of a team, and every morning the team meets and talks about how Charlie is doing and how Mary is doing, and so-and-so is going to take Charlie to his psychiatrist appointment, and their lives are managed, but in a non-coercive way, and they develop a relationship with at least one individual. And so when I worked in that program, for example, I would meet, I worked with, I think, 4 different clients, and I would meet them for breakfast and meet them for lunch and go to their apartments and take them bowling. And, and during this time we would have a normal relationship. It wasn't me sitting behind a desk saying, "Are you taking your meds?" It was a human relationship. And that's how you deliver quality care. And it's a model that has shown to keep people out of the hospital and was developed based on people who were determined to be the most serious and requiring involuntary hospitalization, but they said, we're going to keep them out no matter what it takes. And that's how the program developed.
Anybody else have something on the... Yes, I'll go here and then I'll go to Barbara.
Mike, I want to be brief because I want to allow time for questions, but just to interject from an ethics perspective, I teach in a master's program in bioethics, and we also have a dual MA-JD program with a law degree from Marquette. And so in my ethics and mental illness class, we get lawyers in there as well. And so we have lawyers, we have clinicians, we have social workers. We have had people with mental illnesses. And the one thing that keeps coming back is that ethically speaking, and this is just one perspective, but ethically, we all agree, lawyers, physicians, whomever, that the goal is to provide effective treatment in the least restrictive manner possible. Now, the devil's in the details. How do you balance effectiveness and restrictiveness? And whether it's outpatient commitment, whether it's inpatient commitment, whether it's advanced directives or assertive community treatment, these are all trying to look at individual people with their illnesses and figure out how do we best treat this person in the least restrictive manner possible, trying to recognize and always keeping at the forefront that these are human beings with rights. And so ethically, I don't think there's anything wrong with any of these treatment modalities as long as we keep in the back of our heads as we're deciding which modality to use. Is it effective, and is it as least restrictive as possible?
Barbara, a quick word on that.
Yes, thank you. What I wanted to point out is that the ACT program, it started in Madison. It's nationally, in fact, internationally known. The PACT people train people all over the world, yet we have just a handful of PACT programs in Wisconsin and no true fidelity program in Milwaukee, and that is because our community mental health system is underfunded and it is in shambles, and we need to change those priorities. So I would like to ask Marquette and the Journal-Sentinel, who have hosted this forum, to consider hosting a follow-up forum where we can look at what works and how we can incorporate it. In Milwaukee County, we have an opportunity with our efforts to redesign our mental health system, and the ACT model is one we should be looking at, but there are a lot of others as well.
All right. I see a lot of questions. I have more, but you're here. We appreciate that. Let's take the questions. I'll go over there, and then we'll work our way around the room. Yes, ma'am, please. Thanks for holding down that button. I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you, sir. And I guess I would like to say I'm glad that these other ways of providing treatment for mental illness have at least been mentioned, because the fact that there's so much emphasis on the only concern we have is with imminent danger, and thus we're just broadening the scope of imminent danger and crisis, all or nothing attitude toward getting the help that mentally ill consumers such as myself, mental illnesses, and there's the effective treatment, the outcomes. I mean, whether we need to tweak the laws. You have them committed, and to what? Then what happens next? Where do you refer them to? You know, we don't have an excellent system in place. I mean, we're better than it was yesterday? Well, touche, but I mean, there's quite a long road to travel, and I am empathetic as a consumer to the tragedies that have been mentioned, and I know personally other, people in my lives that have experienced the same. But the frustration of living with my own mental illnesses and friends, and I work in the community with peers, with NAMI, certified peer specialists, is that it's very frustrating, and that, mentions of these organizations, these programs, PACT, well, it's great, but where, is there openings? Can they go there? Where are the fundings? Which counties are able? There are empty beds. Dane County, but that's because people can't afford to be there, financially, which insurance, blah, blah, blah. So I'll just let it go and say that much, and it doesn't need to be all or nothing. That's very sad.
Thank you for your comment. Make sure we've got a panel here. They're ready to answer your questions. We'll go here and then we'll go up there, okay? Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask the panel to weigh in on the manner in which Wisconsin funds mental health-related services in its medical assistance program. To my knowledge, the mental health services like community support, crisis intervention, targeted case management, etc., those services do not have the cash match or the match to the federal funds furnished by the state, as is the case in all other medical-related Medicaid-covered services. When it comes to this cluster of mental health services, the financial responsibility is passed on to the counties. This, in my opinion, is highly discriminatory because you're placing the burden of coming up with the funding to meet the federal match on a county system or counties system in Wisconsin, which is grossly underfunded.
Let's get a couple comments on that.
Well, that was a great question. Thank you very much. As you pointed out, this is yet another area in which people with mental illness face discrimination. When we look at other programs for people with disabilities, Medicaid is a program which has a local match and a federal match. And with other programs, the state pays the local match. For the most part, that is not the case with mental health services. So that means, unlike other states, we don't really have a state mental health system. We have 72 counties, each of whom do their own thing. In the case of large counties like Milwaukee County, we've opted not to participate in a lot of the progressive community-based programs because they are entitlements, and the county is concerned about serving such a large number of people. So, Governor Walker, of course, is a former county executive, so he knows this problem from the other side. So I guess that would be another policy challenge that I would urge us to take on, is having the state take more ownership in this area.
Let me go back. There was a woman back there who had her hand up. Thank you.
I would like to draw our attention to a piece of
Hang on one second.
and work closely with people across the country. We're working with people in Tucson and dealing with the aftermath of these horrifying tragedies. And if we're going to be talking about, Jared and Chow, we need to be talking about what we as a communities can do to keep firearms and high-capacity magazines out of the hands of people who will, commit these tragedies. Now, I also understand, this is a very complex problem, and I understand the stigma that people feel as they're dealing with their illnesses. I have people who are bipolar in my family. I understand this, and I don't want to be judgmental as I'm saying these things. But when are we going to talk about guns and gun violence and what we're doing and what is happening in our communities? So please, let's have this be a piece of this conversation. We need to be doing background checks on all firearm sales. Half of the firearms in the state are sold without any check whatsoever, no record of the sale, and we have to talk about this too, please.
Thank you for your comment. I'm going to keep kind of moving down this way. I want to try and get to some people who have not asked a question yet. Ryan, can you come around here? And we'll start there, and we'll go back that way. Yeah, you first, and then Ryan, this way first.
This way?
Yeah, right here.
Thank you. I think one of the biggest problems that we have, and I will follow up this with a question with the panel, is that we have had a paradigm for so long of people being treated. We talk about all the care that we have, and it's case management. And for far too long, people have been treated like cases. And we talk about social workers and case managements that are overloaded with their caseload. And we've got a system that is, people are cases and they're being managed. And they have to be the center of their own care. And they have to be people that are receiving treatment and not cases that are managed. And when we have a system that's underfunded where it's managing cases, we have trauma, we have stigma, and we have people that feel dehumanized that don't want to go into treatment. We heard a lot of the families that were up there were talking about that their loved ones were in treatment. And it sounded horrible. And I think that's what the imminent danger is that the treatment that we have available in our communities and in our hospitals, we need hospitals. But when people go there, whether it's involuntary or voluntary, it needs to be treatment that is helpful and humane that they would go back to. And so could someone on the panel talk about the move for person-centered care and trauma-informed care so people are at the center of their own treatment and not managed as a case?
Thanks for the question.
Well, my orientation as a clinical psychologist is Rogerian, client-centered, person-centered therapy. That's why I was throwing out terms like non-judgmental and unconditional positive regard. And I do believe that that's the key. And the key is to have as many people have a personal relationship with that person as possible. Let me give you an example. Whenever my name is in the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, I get calls from my former clients. So Sunday afternoon, I get a call from a client that I represented 20-some years ago. And, he told me what he's up to. And this is a guy who's living all alone. He's case managed, which he described as the guy shows up once or twice a week and basically says, "Are you taking your meds?" And, it sounded more like a probation agent, probationer relationship than a caring relationship. And I thought, in HIV care, people who are dying of HIV disease had buddies who were just community volunteers who would, form a personal relationship with people who often had no family, no friends, but would take them out for a meal or go to a movie or something like that. We need to have more of that, more personal relationships, not only by professionals but also by volunteers and non-professionals, so that these people don't feel alone and alienated, and so they don't feel like their treatment provider is their jailer.
Yes.
I'd like to follow up on this. The theme really is about person-centered system transformation in treating the individual, unique individual that he is. And one of the best ways that we do approach it is by what are called these action plans for prevention, treatment, and recovery that come out of Washington, out of SAMHSA. And it helps people deal with the identifiable triggers in their lives with their own planned responses which are unique to that individual. They tend to be external triggers. Early warning signs tend to be internal. When things are breaking down, if you're in crisis and post-crisis. And with regard to law enforcement or emergency rooms, it's so important, I believe, to have these advanced directives. Because at a time like that, when you're interfacing with law enforcement, it's not a time to be sharing with them information that's just not coming to your mind. You're in an emotional state. So I believe action plans are very important. The community is very important, relationships we have, and then electronic medical records. I think at some point we need to be looking at, with all due respect to HIPAA.
Lieutenant, would you like to add anything to what he just said? I was talking about for law enforcement, how that could be very helpful.
In terms of the person-centered care, yeah, I did. Thank you. I did want to have an opportunity, and that really is what CIT is all about. Traditional police work really involves conflict resolution and then moving on to the next conflict. CIT differs from that a little bit in that it slows the situation down, and at least in that initial scenario that is out of control, to be sure, police work still is police work, and that the situation needs to be brought under control first, and how we go about doing that differs greatly depending on the fact circumstances. But once that happens, the model of CIT is to create a person-centered care model and to determine what is really the best and appropriate treatment.
Ben, go ahead.
You can't have a person-centered care model unless the person who we're talking about knows who they are and has some sense of self, and that has to do with consumer empowerment. And by what I mentioned earlier in terms of having peer support programs where people could learn from one another and share their skills.
I want to go over here. Ryan, if you can move over here, and we'll take your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom mentioned the disparity between the emergency detention numbers in Dane County and Milwaukee County. And then the sheriff, I believe, said that one reason is Dane County has a good diversion program, that a qualified panel of people, qualified providers and others who are able to divert people from being hauled into the emergency room in handcuffs. And I wanted Tom or others to comment on that. That seems like a cost-effective way of solving part of the problem.
I think it's an absolute necessity for every single police call that involves a person who appears to be acting erratically or appears to be mentally ill, and for whom the thought is even being considered of either criminal prosecution or, arrest or emergency detention. Crisis intervention training is a wonderful thing. It's a needed thing, but no police officer should be expected to make that judgment alone. There should be a team for every single call of that nature, and it needs to be a team that is quickly responsive and available 24 hours, any area of the county or jurisdiction. And then there needs to be another team that is the non-emergency crisis team that can do more of the, gentle follow-up as opposed to the emergency response. You need to have people in the community. Why are we thinking in terms of imminent danger and institutions instead of having people in the community to prevent the imminent danger in the first place?
Lieutenant, you go ahead, yeah. And we'll get you a microphone there. Just slide that down if you would.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that now more than ever, our resources are very limited, so we have to make very careful choices. We talked about 14,000 people at the county emergency room. We have only 7 beds at the Crisis Resource Center. That's one of the diversions. Clearly, there's a disparity. We have a historic opportunity now here with this redesign to change the way we're spending money. When the national firm came in and did a study here, they said Milwaukee County is spending plenty of money on mental health, but where you're spending it is in the jail and in the institutional settings. You need to shift how you are spending those resources and provide opportunities so that CIT officers have somewhere else to take people than the emergency room.
Can I just say, that is a report that you all need to read. It's available online. You can Google Transforming the Adult Mental Health Care Delivery System in Milwaukee County, dated October 2010, Human Services Research Institute, a very comprehensive analysis of the Milwaukee County mental health care delivery system. It's linked? All right. Good. Okay, good.
Let me go. I'm trying to get to somebody who hasn't asked a question. Have you asked a question before, this woman right here? Then go ahead and ask a question.
Thank you, and thanks to the panel for this discussion. My question is for Ryan, for Barbara, and for Professor Zander about psychiatric advance directives. I'm so glad that we're discussing this and talking about it, and Barbara, I think your point is a good one. We need to proceed with caution. Could you talk a little bit about those directives and the interplay with a population that we have not yet really talked about here, which is people with Alzheimer's disease, who may or may not fall into this gray area depending on ways that their condition exhibits. And there's some Wisconsin law issues that are grappling with it right now. Could you give your perspective on that, please?
Well, that's a really great question, especially about Alzheimer's disease, because again, as our advanced directive statutes in Wisconsin currently read, if you were responsible and filled out a power of attorney for health care, whether you have a mental illness or not, and then you contract, you suffer from Alzheimer's disease later in life, And part of Alzheimer's disease, you might benefit from psychotropic medications. You might become agitated, something like that. And you're technically, according to the Wisconsin state statute on powers of attorney for healthcare, as I'm sure you know, your power of attorney for healthcare cannot consent to provide you with those medications or treatment for your Alzheimer's disease. And we all know about the impending healthcare crisis with the baby boomer generation. It's only going to become worse as this moves on. And so, yeah, it's a great point. It's another reason why we need to take another look at our power of attorney for healthcare statute in this state.
Anybody else have a quick comment on that? We're okay? All right, let's take another question. Gentleman right here, the black shirt and the glasses, Ryan. Don't make it hard for me.
I'll keep my comments short. I wanted to echo what Barbara had to say about calling on Marquette and the newspaper to have another forum. But Barbara had mentioned the community resource, or the Crisis Resource Center in Milwaukee, and she also mentioned that we're spending plenty of money on mental health services in Milwaukee. What we do need, and this is what the forum could help us with, I worked at the Crisis Resource Center for almost 2 years in the capacity of a peer specialist. We need more diversions, community-based services like the Crisis Resource Center, because and ideally it would be wonderful to have consumer-run services, because who knows better than us what we really need. And I just wanted to touch on, and then I'll let somebody else speak, the fiscal end of the money we spend here in Milwaukee County. The Crisis Resource Center, in my humble opinion, does better work, does wonderful work, and to the tune of approximately, and correct me if I'm wrong, $400 a day. When someone walks through the doors at Milwaukee County, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, a minimum of $1,200 a day. We do better work in the community-based services. We need more consumer-run services. Like I said, who knows better what works and what doesn't work for us. So once again, I would love to see a forum addressing different ways. We can talk about this till we're blue in the face, but things are changing very slowly, and it's really time.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Let me go over here, right here.
My question is for Barbara. You're talking about funding. You're talking about the funds are going to the wrong location. What do we do? I'm a mother with a son who has mental illness. What do I do? Where do I go? How do I make that change happen?
If we could slide a microphone down for us.
And be specific, because I'm going to do it.
Well, thank you so much for your interest and your commitment. And I guess I would have a couple of ideas to share with you. First of all, there is a focus right now in Milwaukee County. We're more focused on the adult mental health system, on working on redesign. So if we connect afterwards, I'd be happy to find a way to keep you in the loop for that. We also, in Milwaukee, we have a task force, the Milwaukee Mental Health Task Force. We meet every month, second Tuesday of the month from 3 to 5 at Independence First. Everyone with an interest in working collaboratively on these issues is warmly welcome to join us, and that includes legislative advocacy. The other piece I would say is developing a relationship with your policymakers, your county supervisor, and your state senator and state assembly representative, and helping to influence them. And I'd be happy to talk with you more. One more thought is Wisconsin Family Ties is a statewide organization that does a lot of work on policy issues in the youth mental health system. So that might be a group that would be worthwhile and a good resource for you to connect with.
Final question from one of our family members.
I mean, every other disease that I know of, you can go, for severe cases, you can go to a hospital, and you can take in there voluntarily or involuntarily. If you're in an accident, you're unconscious. I'm not talking about institutions, the mental health institution, but there are not hospitals for brain diseases. Now, if you're a veteran and you got post-traumatic stress syndrome, maybe you can go to Veterans Hospital, maybe. A lot of them are on the streets. My dad had Alzheimer's. He got into hospital through that, but he was put in the mental health ward, the same ward my son was put in a private hospital. So it's not really, I think it's a total system where we have to have community treatment, hospitals that accept people even without insurance, and they'll accept you at St. Mary's and without insurance for any disease. But if you have brain disease, they'll accept you if you're really bad, but they'll take you out again and tell you to go to the county. Because we do not treat it as a disease. So I think we have a role for hospitals, and that's why when Paula John said about getting rid of our hospital, I told my son he was going to a hospital. It wasn't a hospital he was going to. It was a behavioral health institute. We need hospitals that for severe cases. That's what I'm commenting on.
This is the final. Go ahead.
Substance abuse today. One of my brother's big problems has always been drug and alcohol abuse, and it's stymied many efforts to help him. So, for example, the Grand Avenue Club won't let him in because you have to be clean for 6 months or something, and my brother can't get in there because I don't think he's been clean for 6 months over the last 30-some years. Also, my brother has been in and out of drug and alcohol abuse treatment programs, but those treatment programs, especially the residential ones, all have rules that you have to abide by. A severely mentally ill person like my brother doesn't really do well with rules. He tends to get in arguments with the authorities, and either he gets kicked out or he leaves in a huff. So I'm all for offering more services to the mentally ill, but if it's entirely on a voluntary basis, you have this problem of how do you deal with someone who just doesn't do well with rules?
Let me get a quick response from someone on the panel to that. It's a very important question. Anybody want to address that for a moment or two?
Well, I think one first step is to having more of the type of services that people are going to be likely to want to use and that will engage people as partners in their care. I mean, still there may be people ultimately who are not willing to engage, and I think, we have the protections of the Chapter 51 system that if in those rare cases where it's needed, that can look at the issue of dangerousness. And in regard to the hospital, I think that's such an important point. The private hospitals do have an important role to play, and that is what HSRI said, that in other large urban areas, that private hospitals are playing the role that our overburdened county hospital plays here. We need them to be in the game. Some of them are, and we hope that that'll improve moving forward.
Yeah, real briefly, Tom.
Just quickly addressing the substance abuse issue. For the record, I'm for Barack Obama, but at the risk of sounding like Ron Paul for just a minute, I think we need to admit that we've lost the war on drugs and put all of that money that's being wasted now on enforcing drug laws into substance abuse treatment programs. And because talk about where the violence is coming from. Mental illness is not a predictive factor. Substance abuse is a huge predictive factor.
And that's going to be the final word on this part of the discussion. We're going to really be kind now and allow you to take a break for a half hour. I have a great appreciation for what you've been waiting to do. But anyhow, 30 minutes, please, 30 minutes, no more. Be back here at 12:15. We're going to hear a very interesting set of remarks from Professor Lucinda Roy from Virginia Tech about what happened there. So please, 12:15. So much. I hope everyone had a great lunch, chance to visit. And again, I want to thank you for your ability to survive an entire morning's worth of discussion without having to get up and leave the room. I know that's not easy. We've done a lot of these conferences. About 10:30, people start getting a little antsy. They want to leave for a few minutes. So we really appreciate your attention and your interest in this subject. Again, on behalf of the law school, thanks very much for being with us. I wanted to take just a couple of moments. I'll keep this brief, but I wanted to introduce our keynote speaker today. She is Lucinda Roy. She is an alumni distinguished professor in English at Virginia Tech University, where she teaches graduate and undergraduate classes in creative writing. She is a poet and a novelist who has also written a book of nonfiction. The name of that book is No Right to Remain Silent, What We've Learned from the Tragedy at Virginia Tech. The tragedy referred to in that title is what happened on April 16th of 2007. On that day, student Sung-Wee Cho went on a shooting rampage on the Virginia Tech campus, killing 32 students and faculty before killing himself. Cho came to Professor Roy's attention when she was chair of the English department at Virginia Tech. And her experience with Cho and what she learned from that experience informs her remarks today. Won't you please welcome Professor Lucinda Roy. Professor?
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Do I sound really good? I hope so. Probably you don't know it, but I'm British. Could you tell? I know I've lost most of my accent because I lived in Arkansas, so that's why I speak with a decided twang. But when I first went to Arkansas, I really did have a very British accent. I often tell people that I'm a cross between Mary Poppins and Tina Turner, and I think that that's pretty accurate, actually. Well, I have been sitting listening to this with often open-mouthed in lots of ways, and I do want to ask for your indulgence. I know that I prepared some remarks, and I'm going to read those to you in a minute, but I never like to go to a place without trying to customize what I'm saying, because you deserve that. I decided to come to talk to you today because I like Meg Kissinger a great deal, and I trust her, and I think she's a good person. And she convinced me that it was the right thing to do, and I have not regretted it. One thing I want to emphasize, and this was emphasized by the person in the back who spoke so eloquently. I can often go to places like this because I do talk quite a lot around the country, and people want to kill every single person who is suffering from mental illness. They do. Some people really do. I get notes about that. You would be amazed at the antagonism and the ignorance and the prejudice that exists in this country. One of the great things about this, whatever our differences, and I know we differ from each other, and I realize, of course, we can't cover everything, but the one thing that's true in this room is that everyone who is here today cares about those who suffer from mental illness. There is no doubt in my mind about that. And if we can't find some viable, creative solutions to some of the problems that are plaguing us, who can? Probably no one. So that's why we've got to persevere, even when we get impatient with each other. I often give presentations about race because I'm biracial, my father being Jamaican, my mother English. And I often say, this has to be a safe space. And when we misspeak, and goodness knows I will in this speech, you will hear things, I'm sure you'll say, oh, what's she talking about, that idiot? I'm sure you will say that. I hope, however, you will also understand that the intent is good, that I have tried to learn from this horror, and that that's the only thing that we can ask each other to do. We all come from a place of suffering, actually, if we've had much to do with anything to do with what Meg was talking about in her articles, what was on the video documentaries, what Dr. Zander and Dr. I'm so sorry, have been telling us and instructing us about. All of us understand something about this situation that needs to be shared. So I'm really hoping that we'll find a way to do that. It seems to me that one of the things that's really problematic with this and why we all get so emotional, I feel myself getting so emotional, and I have to say, okay, if I am too emotional, there are things that I will not hear. And the one thing I needed to do today was try to listen carefully. But so much is at stake. Often when I'm teaching novel writing or even poetry writing, but particularly the writing of a novel, I'll tell my students, you have to choose characters who have a lot at stake. If they don't have a lot at stake, nobody wants to read about them because they don't care what happens to them. In this instance, there is so much at stake swirling around this question. Are we making the leap from imminent danger to those who suffer from mental illness? Is it even right to use the term imminent danger? Is it right ever to put Jared Loughner's photograph up anywhere again? Would it be right to put Sung-Wee Cho's photograph up? On the front of my book, I had it written into my contract that there could not be a photograph of Sung-Wee Cho holding his guns, or his face at all. And one of the reasons I felt that I needed to do that was because I'd spent a couple of years researching rampage shootings, and one of the things that some of the young men really want who talk about topping Cho's score, which is what they want to do, is the fame that they will achieve afterwards. So we have to be so careful about not stoking that too. There is a whole other side of this issue. Things are much more complex than we often like to think that they are. It seems to me too that if we do allow each other to misspeak a little, and if you'll allow me to, there will be a kernel of something that will come through that will seem, I hope, to be honest and true. And with that in mind, I called this Reasonable Expectations, some thoughts on responding to those who are a danger to themselves and others. I'd like to begin by thanking Meg Kissinger for inviting me to participate in this forum. It's my first visit to Milwaukee and to Marquette University. As a thoroughly lapsed Catholic who attended a convent school in London and taught at one in West Africa, I am keenly aware of the tradition of service fostered by the Jesuits at Marquette. Although I am hopelessly lapsed, I would like to assure you that I haven't forgotten my Catholic education. In fact, my second novel's protagonist was an African nun, and I had a news story published last week written from the point of view of a 67-year-old Catholic priest. As a writer, I have exploited my Catholic heritage for years. Indeed, my late mother, who was very devout before she was, unfortunately, trapped inside a confessional, a long story, and then excommunicated, an even longer story, this is true, would often wax poetic about her favorite theologian, the Jesuit paleontologist and geologist Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. My strong history with Catholicism, therefore, makes me a kind of honorary Jesuit once removed. My mother also taught me that humor was one of the best paths out of despair, and that words have the power to comfort you if you listen carefully to them. So forgive me if I occasionally resort to humor. I never underestimate the seriousness of this issue, but I would find it hard to bear if there weren't sites of refuge along the way, places where laughter dulls the sharp edges of suffering and reminds you you're not alone. Presentations about this slippery, agonizing topic are hard to make, especially if you've personally witnessed what we witnessed at Virginia Tech. The subject of imminent danger is itself fraught with danger. It's so easy to get it wrong, to oversimplify and stigmatize, reinforce prejudices, or leap to conclusions. We speak from our own experience, advocating for the realities we know. I am acutely aware of the fact that the trauma of nearly 5 years ago may make me an unreliable narrator, something I warn my fiction writers about at Virginia Tech. We're all unreliable narrators to some extent, particularly after trauma. So I ask your indulgence, if only indulgences were still for sale in the Catholic Church. Pity. Many of you here understand the hazardous dimension of the imminent danger question, and some of you have spoken eloquently about these in the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel documentary, or been quoted in the series of articles by Meg Kissinger on mental illness. This is a topic that engenders a heated response, touching as it does on the First Amendment and the Second, calling into questions our assumptions about humanity and playing upon some of our deepest fears. If we broach this topic, don't we risk betraying the very people who are most vulnerable to attack? Aren't we playing off stereotypes, consigning all mentally ill people to a world of increased risk and curtailed civil rights? Is this subject so inflammatory that discussing it in a world of sound bites and tweets can only result in the spread of misinformation? In No Right to Remain Silent, the book I wrote following the tragedy at Virginia Tech, I described the obstacles people faced if they spoke openly about what had happened in an age that feeds upon and manufactures distortion for profit or entertainment. This is a quote from the book. Those who knew anything about Cho were balanced precariously on the rim of free speech. A variety of critics perched next to us, waiting to dissect every word. The media had taken up residence on the rim, secreting the tabloids underneath their jackets, and alongside was the supreme deity, the Internet. Patient and brooding, it was capable of consigning you to the everlasting purgatory of recycled bad news. Once ensnared by the web, you could never really escape. Say the wrong thing, and the net could multiply it 1,000,000 times over before you could stutter, "I didn't mean it." Was it any wonder that people were reluctant to say anything? And it was a very dangerous thing to say things. I certainly had some death threats, as you can imagine. And so it is something that you have to ponder hard and long before you decide this is something you need to talk about. After the shooting on our campus on April 16th, 2007, when 33 people were murdered, including Cho, who killed himself, the demonization and idealization of the shooter began almost immediately. Some on the right were convinced that Seung-Hui Cho was a monster. Some on the left ardently believed he was a victim incapable of knowing right from wrong. I think he was a young man who was both ill and enraged, someone in desperate need of intervention and sustained treatment. One of the wonderfully interesting studies will be the relationship between rage and mental illness, rage and non-mental illness, or no illness whatsoever. If you actually look at the statistics, most of the killings take place because someone is not necessarily suffering from any kind of mental illness. They're just enraged. They are enraged. And we still do not know how to respond to those people. Too often, we are insisting that those who are severely troubled and or enraged only receive help when they ask for it themselves. But when is it not only wise but ethical to intervene? Who should do so? What are the likely consequences, positive and negative, of intervention? And perhaps the most important question of all, can we find roles for common sense and compassion in this dialogue? When the pendulum swings too far past common sense, we need to think about readjusting it. Sometimes we know a person poses a danger to himself or others. Sometimes we only suspect it. In those cases, how should we proceed in the most humane way possible? How much should we expect the families and caregivers to do? Are these expectations reasonable? Are we asking families of those who are a danger to be saints and perform miracles? You can see the religious imagery comes through again. If so, should we be surprised by failure? In America, we value the rights of the individual, but when it comes to those who pose a danger to themselves and or others, there are occasions when we fail to take into account the rights of the family and the community. The existence of anosognosia, a lack of awareness of one's mental illness, means that some people who are most severely ill don't know it. Yet if there's no history of violence, it's not possible to say with certainty that someone is dangerous. Aren't we at risk of creating the kind of society Philip K. Dick envisioned in the Minority Report? A society that prejudges others, not even waiting until a crime has been committed before incarcerating the hapless individual. By the time Seung-Hui Cho attacked the campus of Virginia Tech in April 2007, he had been exercising his rights for some time. He'd exercised his right to go off his medications when he'd reached adulthood. He'd exercised his right to express himself in his writing in a tone that appeared to be enraged and misogynistic. He'd exercised his right not to disclose his mental health history, and he'd exercised his right to contact women in ways that frightened them. In 2007, Seung-Hui Cho exercised his right to buy lethal weapons. He exercised his right to come onto an open campus and enter an unlocked classroom, several of them. On that day, a young man who had been almost silent for 2 decades let his guns do the talking for him. We are still hearing them scream. I cannot even begin to explain to you what it is like to endure something like this on the scale that we endured it at Virginia Tech, but I think that most of you can imagine. What Cho did was appalling, one of a series of school rampages that have devastated communities. But what risks are involved if we jettison the rights of everyone in an effort to ferret out potential danger on the small chance a mentally ill person will be homicidal? There are cases when someone really does pose a danger to others, but because in the wake of tragedies like those at Virginia Tech and Tucson, we have a tendency to call upon old prejudices and stereotypes in an effort to explain what seems inexplicable, it's often the mentally ill as a group that becomes the target of prejudice. This is a foolish leap to make. It's like saying that because the vast majority of perpetrators of domestic violence are male, every male is suspect. In fact, some of my best friends, including my husband and son, are male. Another error we make is in assuming that however hard you try, it's impossible to differentiate among those who may need immediate and or sustained intervention and those who don't. I have taught for 30 years in the US, the UK, and Africa. When Cho walked into my office and I sat and talked with him for the first time, both I and the assistant chair felt there were serious problems and that Cho needed help urgently. We did not know if he was homicidal, but he certainly appeared to be deeply depressed and potentially suicidal. His writing also suggested he was very angry, enraged even. But it's expensive and time-consuming to treat those who have severe mental illness. So the temptation is to leave it to family members and caregivers who make Herculean efforts to secure their own and others' safety. Why didn't Cho's family do more, people demand after a tragedy like this? What were they thinking? I don't know exactly what they were thinking. But I have read the account of their attempts to get help for their deeply troubled son in the panel review report authorized by Governor Tim Kaine, and having tried to obtain long-term assistance for those who are unwilling or unable to admit they need it from a system hopelessly underprepared to serve them, I'm sure they were suffering from one thing at least: exhaustion. It's not just the severity of the illness that wears you down, it's the duration. Trying to respond adequately to someone who appears to be a danger to themselves and sometimes to you is more stressful than people imagine. It can drain an entire family of energy if they're asked to do it alone. It can put their lives at risk. When Cho's behavior was first brought to my attention, it probably took about 20 hours of my time that first week alone. I was already working a 65-plus hour week in an effort to secure funding for a cash-strapped department and make sure that we didn't have to fire people. It was hard to sleep, and I felt sick before my meetings with him. Knowing, however, that the writing he'd produced was far less disturbing than the writing produced by another student the previous semester, and having been advised that Cho had not made an overt threat, there was little hope for meaningful intervention unless he agreed to be seen voluntarily by counseling services. We're saying to families trying desperately to deal with severely mentally ill loved ones that they need essentially to function as primary caregivers, law enforcement officers, security guards, nurses, emergency responders, advocates, therapists, translators, medical archives, and in some cases, jailers. We're telling them they need to take this on voluntarily when we know in reality it's a requirement, and the consequences of their not doing so could be catastrophic. No one is blamed more than Cho's family if you go on the net to see what kinds of postings there are. Sometimes our advocacy is exclusive and narrowly targeted rather than inclusive and holistic. And this is why I found myself agreeing with both sides of the arguments that were made here. That in fact, we need a little of each of these things, don't we? We don't just need to go in one blinkered direction. We need to be aware of all of the repercussions and influences of what we do. Sometimes, as I said, our advocacy is exclusive and narrowly targeted rather than inclusive and holistic. At Virginia Tech, for example, a student's individual rights tended to trump the rights of the community, not because people didn't care, but because the politics and protocols in place, as well as the lack of resources, and those who've spoken about that today are absolutely right, the lack of resources, meant that there was an imbalance between those rights. We must beware of advocating for the rights of one set of individuals at the expense of others. Everyone has a right to live without being terrorized by someone else's mental illness, including the person himself. It seems to me that one of the things we often forget is that the families of those who are a danger to themselves or others are not usually in the dark about these things. The assumption that those who pose a danger to themselves or others are undetectable without some kind of extraordinary sleuthing on the part of society doesn't necessarily hold true. In Sung-Wee Cho's case, for example, numerous red flags were flapping in the wind. Some of us in the Department of English who'd read his writing and observed his behavior knew he needed help. This was why I contacted counseling services, student affairs, the campus police, and the College of Liberal Arts and Human Sciences. This is why I and a colleague interviewed him initially. The young women who felt harassed by Cho knew something was wrong as well. It wasn't merely the fact that he wore sunglasses indoors or spoke in a barely audible whisper. It wasn't merely the fact that the anger in his writing juxtaposed oddly with the timidity of his demeanor. It wasn't merely the fact that he refused to participate in class. It was that a series of experienced teachers and caring students realized there was something amiss and therefore sought help for him repeatedly. And though we didn't know that he'd fantasized in middle school about the shootings at Columbine, or that he'd gone off his medication when he reached adulthood, we did know that the response needed was greater than the one we could provide. Even Cho himself seemed to recognize in 2005 that he was spiraling out of control. In 2005, when I was unable to persuade counseling services to come over and meet Cho with me, and that was because the protocols they had in place were very strict and they were not going to counter them, Cho himself, just as he promised me he would, sought help voluntarily from the counseling center, even requesting to see the person I'd recommended. This came as a real surprise to me because I was not permitted to know whether he'd actually gone to the counseling center, which actually put me in a very difficult position because I was still worried about the security of the classrooms. For reasons that are still unclear, he only received a cursory examination when he went over there. As many of you may know, counseling services at Virginia Tech seems to have been in a state of disarray to some extent. We have some wonderful counselors, always have had, who work tremendously hard, and I do not want to give you the impression that that's not the case. But usually there's one counselor. Right now there's one counselor for 1,750 students. That's much better than when Cho attacked the campus. At that time, there was one counselor for every 2,700 students. So we need to be really careful about saying that we have the resources. But I can guarantee you that almost every administrator, and I used to be a dean, you say all kinds of things about how wonderful the campus is and how prepared everybody is. Not necessarily true. Tragically, Cho did not seek help the following semester, even though he'd been ordered by a judge to receive outpatient treatment, as Professor Zander mentioned. But the flawed system could not prevent Cho from failing spectacularly, wreaking the kind of havoc from which nightmares are made. I've heard from hundreds of parents, teachers, lawyers, security and law enforcement personnel, emergency responders and others who testify to the fact that parts of the system are broken. Those who recall the forced treatment of people deemed to be a danger to society know that returning to this unenlightened place would also be a nightmare. But as the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel series demonstrates, I believe, there are more reasonable paths we can take than this. Routes like crisis intervention training that we heard about today, psychiatric advance directives, and outpatient commitments. Currently, it seems to me that this is what society is saying to itself when those who may well have given multiple indications that they are a risk to themselves and others resort to violence. My goodness, it happened again. Who knew that a young man off his meds would feel the compulsion to go to Dick's Sporting Goods or Walmart and buy weapons or ammo or order them online? Who knew we've been shuffling mentally ill and or enraged people through an unresponsive system? Who knew that just because we've got rid of almost every psychiatric bed in the nation and failed to provide adequate insurance coverage for mental health, that someone could fall through the cracks? Who knew that asking families to assume for life the responsibility for their severely troubled grown children was a dangerous practice? Who knew? Society knew. Society knows. But it is an inconvenient and terrifying truth, which is why society is in denial. Truths are always most inconvenient when they require not only a change in approaches, but also an infusion of resources. It's easier and cheaper in the short run, to deny the problem altogether and hope it goes away, which is what happened to Sung-Wee Cho. The cost in the long run, however, is outrageous. How long can America continue to be surprised by outbreaks of violence like these? At what point does surprise become denial? And if indeed we are a society in denial, how can we guide ourselves to a more enlightened, scientific, compassionate, holistic response? We must not ask a few members of our communities to be superhuman. None of us can do this alone. None of us. I think we need to prioritize the needs of the individual and the needs of the families and the communities. If they're in conflict, and sometimes they will be, we need to admit it and come up with creative solutions to help. When we advocate exclusively for the rights of the individual, we seem to forget that families and communities are made up of individuals too. We need to fuel a renaissance in mental health in this country by investing in it with the passion, energy, resources, and research that we've devoted to other areas. In 2012, there are still many, who believe that mental illness is a myth. One of the fiercest criticisms I got was from people who were furious that I'd responded to him as a human being. This was not something I was meant to have done. Luckily, having grown up as a person of colour in England, I'd been subjected to so much abuse during my childhood that I was very well prepared for the abuse that came later. The families, those who've recovered from illness, the psychologists, psychiatrists, teachers, counsellors, lawyers, parents, and law enforcement personnel must help people understand that mental illness is real. We are not without solutions, but we are without the persuasive rhetoric we need and the resources we deserve. We have so much to do and so little time to get it right. But this forum, I really do believe it is a good start. I think that Meg's article, this discussion, and others like it across the country are greatly needed. I knew they would be painful, and they always are, because we are so invested. But shouldn't those who are most invested be the ones who speak? There is still a long, long way to go. But if enough voices, and some of you were so eloquent today, are raised about this issue, even though we may often disagree with each other, positive change can occur. The mentally ill are not dangerous as a group. And I've just said the mentally ill. And those of you who are going to, Bob, where's Bob? I'm so sorry, mea culpa. Those who suffer from mental illness are not a danger as a group, but some individuals are dangerous to themselves and to others. Not admitting this is short-sighted, but admitting it without understanding the complexities and dangers of easy solutions is equally so. When we know that someone is a danger to himself or others, we need to ask the caregivers a single, compassionate question. Is this situation too much for you to deal with? And if the answer is yes, Society needs to find ways to offer effective assistance from a broad menu of options, but this will take willpower, perseverance, funding, and persuasive rhetoric. This will take all of us doing a small part to make a difference. I return to my late mother, who fought long and hard against depression herself. I remember at about 7 years old trying to get her to laugh. We were in church at the time, because I wasn't lapsed then, and she opened her handbag and drew out her purse. We were very poor, so she didn't have much money. I peered inside and saw a screw. What it was doing there, I still don't know. "Mummy," I whispered as Father Smith intoned from the pulpit, "I always knew you had a screw loose." To this day, I think it was my best line ever. We dissolved in a fit of giggles in the pew. We laughed so much we both needed to pee. I have never thought for 1 second that God minded. After the tragedy at Virginia Tech, one of my greatest fears was that I'd be seen laughing in public. It seemed to me that this was something I no longer had a right to do. If the victims' loved ones saw me laughing the way I used to laugh, wouldn't it wound them terribly? I am known in English for my raucous laughter that tends to erupt at the slightest provocation. Try as I might, I hadn't been able to prevent these families' loved ones from being killed or wounded. Would they think I'd forgotten that appalling fact? At some point, I think I must have imagined what my late mother would have said. "Foolish girl," she would have told me. "Didn't you learn anything?" We have a responsibility to find our way back to a site of laughter and joy, however arduous the journey may be. If we don't find our way back, what is there to pass on? On the website brainyquote.com, a wonderful intellectual resource used by all good researchers and distinguished professors, I happen to light upon the following quote from the aforementioned Jesuit priest, my mother's favorite theologian scientist, Teilhard de Chardin. In the final analysis, he writes, the questions of why bad things happen to good people transmutes itself into some very different questions, no longer asking why something happened, but asking how we will respond, what we intend to do now that it happened. The worst happened. It's happened repeatedly at Columbine and Virginia Tech, in Tucson, at Northern Illinois University, at schools and homes and other public places. It will happen again if we don't pay attention. It may happen again even if we do, but there's a good chance it won't happen as often. This is all we can ask of others and ourselves. My beloved mother found her way back to me. It is not an impossible task to reclaim joy. Time for us all to begin asking how best to respond. Time for us all to respond together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Roy. Professor Roy has been good enough to say that she'd stay with us for a couple of minutes so we could take just a few questions from you. If you have a question for Professor Roy about her experience, please don't hesitate to ask. Let me start way in the back, way up there, and then we'll come over. Can you hang on 1 second? We'll just make sure everybody hears you.
I'm sorry. Your book is very well written, Ms. Roy, and again, I want to thank you for having this forum today and for the Journal-Sentinel calling it, because I think what your book said is that some people are put into groups when, I think that's what you said, when they're called mentally ill, and that mental illness is not, in some situations, I think from the things that I've read, it isn't something that's always something that's long-term. There can be transient episodes. of what appear to be mental illness, but it might be caused by a medical malady. This is a closed system. It's kind of like a car. If you don't treat it right, it doesn't act right, and that can fog your brain. There's a lot of people who drink and drive every day, and I'd like to know why so many people are allowed to continue to do that, and they're not Chapter 51 and made in emergency detention. I'd like to know how many people in this room could imagine what that would be like, to think you're going to a hospital for medical help and then it becomes a legal matter. I don't know how you could be taken out of your home by the police and it not called an arrest, because it is. And you're taken somewhere and you're told you can't leave. So how is it not an arrest? I really don't understand how in this day and age where we have so many social ills driven by so many problems that, you know, people really can't control if their employer moves out of town. They have no control over that. So now they're going to be out on the street, homeless, and what's going to happen to them? Are they going to be emergency detained because they can't provide for themselves? I wonder, because that's the standard of a Chapter 51 commitment. If somebody makes that determination based on their opinion, which is really what a psychological evaluation is. It's an opinion. If you take somebody to a hospital and you're going to say you're evaluating them, you need to do some blood work to make sure that it's not an underlying physical condition that's causing the brain fog.
I think that you're making some really valid points, actually. One thing I would like to say, I guess in many ways my response is always a practical one. I'm always looking at what really actually happens and what's difficult, especially for those of us who may be responsible for others. So if I could just have dealt with Cho in isolation, it would have been wonderful. But he had to go back into a classroom setting. And that was the rule at Virginia Tech at that time. I couldn't just remove him from the class and not give him an equivalent experience. He needed to be put immediately into somebody else's class. I couldn't do that. It seemed to me to be an unethical thing to do because he hadn't got the help that he didn't seem to recognize at first that he needed. So the question becomes much more complicated when we're not dealing with an idealized situation, when we're dealing with situations that are always really tough, really nuanced, and they don't have a single right answer, which is why when we respond, we have to respond in a way that allows for customization and tailoring to meet the needs of the actual situation, rather than thinking that there is a blanket response we can give to all students or all those who are perhaps potentially a danger to themselves or others.
Let me take another question. And I know you talked about resources, and we've spent a fair amount of time talking about resources. I think Paula Lucy's from Milwaukee County. Paula, you want to say just a few words?
Hi, thank you. I am Paula Lucy. I'm the administrator of the Behavioral Health Division at the moment. And I also teach public policy here, part-time little side job. And when I teach my public policy students is that complex problems need complex solutions and that there will not be one solution. People talk to us about our mental health redesign program as if one day we will open the building and it will be a new building. Every day we're in a great big evolution. So let me just tell you about a few of the things we're trying to do. One is we're trying to make, I'll be short. One of the things we're trying to do is to talk about how can we make our acute care units more usable, more friendly. We've just opened our women's treatment unit, trauma-informed care. No restraint and seclusion will occur on that unit. We're working very hard on our front door and our back door to increase our resources to diversion from the emergency room, from our hospital, and we're working on creating a discharge planning case management approach so that individual plans can be made. Included in that will be a medical plan. And lastly, we are continuing to work with the various legislative groups going on to look at Chapter 51 to see how we might do that in a humane and passive way. So thank you very much. And I'd also just like to really quickly say we're in the process of our redesign. We have action teams. We have 90 people on our action teams. We could always use more, and as has been talked about before, we could really use some more diversity on those teams. And so if anybody is interested and excited, please let me or Barbara or anybody know. Lots of our members are here today, and we're looking for their input. So thank you.
Professor, I was going to follow up. How have things changed at Virginia Tech today? Have things changed dramatically?
I think in some ways things have changed. We've certainly hired more counselors, thank goodness. We've hired more law enforcement personnel who are specially trained. Very, very important to do that. The counseling service is so much better than it used to be under different directorship now. As you may know, Cho's medical records were lost after the tragedy, and they showed up eventually a few years later in the home of the former counseling services director. So that's an indication of how much in disarray things seem to be. So very often you would call over and you'd have to repeat the same things to people, which was not a good idea, and it got people very frustrated. Overall, though, I still think that we haven't really begun to come to terms with what we're seeing in colleges and schools. And those of us who've been in there long enough know that this is a different environment. I've had notes from teachers who are terrified of their 6- and 7-year-olds, one of whom in a particular class was coming in saying that he was going to bring a gun to class next time. And she knew he was serious about it, and she also knew that there were dozens of guns at home. And so it does become very, very difficult. It is related to what the woman who was speaking about weapons spoke about. We really do need to think about that. There's a chapter in the book called Armed and Dangerous. If we only think of this in a very narrow kind of legalistic fashion, we'll really miss some things that are coming to play culturally. There is a culture that we have in this country that is often about turning away and remaining silent and hoping that someone's just going to disappear. It's not going to work. We've really got to think more seriously. And I say this not to be sensationalistic. I hope that in no way Meg will be blamed for asking me to speak to you today. I was thinking about that as I was sitting here listening, because to some extent, a woman said to me a few days ago when I was making a presentation to lawyers, she said, "You are the nightmare we all don't ever want to have." And she meant what had happened at Virginia Tech was the nightmare. I hope. But I wasn't looking that bad that day. And it made me think, oh, goodness, as I was sitting here listening to the discussion, in no way do I want you to think that because we ended with imminent danger that just exploded into the most horrendous kind of attack, that in any way this was meant to be some kind of indictment against those who suffer from mental illness. It was not. The opposite. Absolute opposite. There are very few people who will talk about this, though, after it has happened. I've been threatened with being fired at Virginia Tech. I've been threatened with losing representation, all kinds of things, because the administration was very nervous. I didn't realize that when we were told to share information, we weren't really meant to share information. I took it literally, so we did. I just assumed that everyone that knew about Cho, and there were dozens, would be stepping forward and saying that this is what occurred. That's not the case, but I do understand that more and more every month why people don't want to do it. You never want to leave wounded people even more wounded after they've spoken. If there's any way to let them know that it's a supportive environment, even though you may think that their claims were mistaken, I think it's really good to remember that all of us are kind of wounded after we've been through something like this. For the rest of our lives, we will be. So finding those safe spaces to talk. I actually feel this is a safe space, that I can talk to any of you, and that probably you're not going to be insulting or anything or unfriendly, because we come, I think, from the same kind of place, even though we may have reached different conclusions. At least that's the way that I feel.
I'm going to take just a couple more questions. I'm going to try and get to two people I haven't seen ask a question. Let me go down here to this gentleman, if you can just press down there. Thank you.
Just one question. Do you think, given the situation at Virginia Tech, anything could have been done to change the inevitable? I get the feeling that given his hesitancy to want to get treatment and everything to begin with, you could throw social services after social services, but you're still going to end up with the same result.
I would love to be able to say that to myself, because it would make my life a lot easier, really. But I think that there's evidence to support that the fact that maybe it was perhaps, with a big question mark, preventable. Firstly, that he did, on more than one occasion, try to seek help from counseling services, even asking for the person I'd recommended to him. So in fall 2005, he was ready to do that, and he did it. That came out as a real surprise to everyone. People didn't know that that was the truth, but that is what he'd done. Secondly, in his earlier life, when he'd been young, he had responded exceptionally well to things like art therapy and some medication, and a really, really good counselor who'd worked with him. And he'd done exceptionally well after that. So there is evidence to suggest that perhaps he would have responded. The only thing I would say is, because I hate to say to anyone at Virginia Tech it could have been prevented, because we're already carrying so much guilt, you can imagine. Then if someone says, oh, it could have been prevented, if only you'd done more, then that's the loop that you're in anyway. But I do think we do need to recognize that there are windows of opportunity and that they present themselves rarely, especially in the case of those who are suffering from a very, very serious mental illness. When those windows of opportunity present themselves, we must take advantage of it. We must be ready. So I think that's one of the things that didn't happen.
I'm going to call on the woman in the, well, describe that color for me. Fuchsia, is that pink? My wife would want me to know that. So.
Not expected to know those things. I was particularly, I don't even need the microphone. Yeah, you do. I was particularly struck by one of your quotes at the end of your writing today, and I really think it's very important for you to say that again for us, because at the end of a day like today that's been so emotional for so many people with a lot of opinions, and I believe I have it correct, and I hope you'll correct me if I don't. We have a right to find our way back to a position of joy and hope. Did I say that correctly? Or?
I don't know, but I like it so much that, yes, that's absolutely correct.
That helps. And I think that's something, it was such a poignant statement that we really need to keep that in the forefront of our minds, that we need to keep working forward for hope and joy.
Yeah, and it can be a really hard thing to get hold of. And it is very, very easy just to swirl down into despair, because there are so many things that you can second guess about yourself. But I always hope that by talking like this, there may be other people in the audience who are dealing with similar things, maybe not on the huge scale of Virginia Tech, but still very similar. And this is shrouded in so much secrecy. Cho wanted to be a secret. We wrote a poem together in one of the sessions we had when I was writing with him to help him express himself in his poetry. And one of the things I often do with students is I get them to co-write a poem with me. If they seem as though they can't really express themselves well, I think it will often help them. So we wrote a poem together, and I would ask him questions like, what are you most afraid of? What's your favorite color? Who do you think you are? And he came back with things, because he actually did talk to me, even though he was suffering from something called selective mutism, which means that in certain social situations he can't speak. I didn't know that, but I just assumed he was very shy. But he would come back with some really kind of interesting, telling things that he would say about himself, that he was a secret, for example. He used the modifier solemn to describe himself. Unkempt was another modifier he used. But you can imagine the kind of intensive, sometimes those sessions were 90 minutes long, just the two of us, because I still had to get him to go over to counseling. That was the whole point. And I would dread that moment when I would say, now, counseling is really a wonderful thing to go to, and there's all kinds of reasons why, etc. And so I have to say that one of the things that was marvelous for me and gave me some comfort was to learn that he had voluntarily tried to seek help on more than one occasion, because he told me that he had, but I never knew whether that was true or not.
One final thing. Yes, sir. Continue to hold it down. If you just hold it.
I just want to say that I felt that the most operative words I heard were "we are not alone," and how appreciative that is for many of us who live with mental health issues. I want to just correct one misunderstanding with regard to the Grand Avenue Club. The only condition for participating is that on that day that you're not under the influence of alcohol or any other substances. I would just add that when we're dealing with diffusing the stressors that many of us feel in terms of access to psychiatric care or medications, therapy, case management, benefits, housing, legal, other financial and other healthcare issues, it helps to be a part of a community and that belief that we are not alone. I would just add that I believe that we all have the propensities for mental health issues, and that when challenged enough will manifest within us and make life a living hell. And when we're pushed down and then further down, we no longer aspire even to get back to our original state, but only to that next last level of deprivation. I'll just finish with what I think is very important here, and that is a definition of recovery that comes out of SAMHSA. Recovery is a journey of healing and transformation, enabling a person to have a meaningful life in a community of his or her choice while striving to achieve his or her full potential. And I want to thank you.
Well said.
Professor Roy, we want to take a moment to thank you for coming to Milwaukee and enjoying our typical January weather. We appreciate your remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Before everyone leaves, and please, if we could just have your attention for just a couple of minutes more, I would like to invite Greg Borowski from the Journal-Sentinel up here, who has some more information about related material to the discussion today. Greg, very quickly.
On behalf of the Journal-Sentinel, I would like to thank the Marquette Law School, Mike Goucher, Professor Roy, and all of our panelists for participating this morning, and our guests as well, and of course Meg Kissinger, whose fabulous work is what brought us here. I was a reporter a long time before I was an editor, and as a reporter there's always that point on any big project where you wonder, is anybody really going to read this and react to it? And I think, Meg, we have our answer. That was one reason we prompted, we set out to prompt this sort of discussion, and one reason we partnered with the law school to have the panel today. We would invite you to continue that discussion. There are a couple opportunities to do that. You can always write a letter to the editor or an opinion piece. You can comment on the stories that are posted online. You can continue to use the conference hashtag on Twitter if you're able to confine your thoughts to 140 characters or less, because the hashtag is #Imminent Danger. You can email story ideas to Meg, mkissinger@journalsentinel.com. You can show the documentary to groups. We have copies of it in a DVD form outside. There are a group of people, including many who participated in the panel, that are willing to speak to groups about the issue as well, and you can find those on our webpage. So we would encourage you to continue the conversation, and thank you for joining us today.
Hang on. I'm sorry? I'll have to find out about the transcript. It is available on our website to view. We've been live streaming it today, so you will be able to see it, but I'll check on that for you. Yeah. Before we go, let me just say on behalf of Marquette University Law School, we appreciate all of you being with us today. We appreciate your attention, your interest, and I think most of all, we appreciate your humanity. You all care very deeply about this issue, and we appreciate you taking time to spend with us. Thanks very much, everyone.